I'm late. I know, and I feel bad about that. I did figure out stuff to talk about, though, and I'm not kidding when I say that I had no idea what I was going to talk about today. I felt like a sponge that you had wrung out and then put over a bonfire and let roast for a couple days. Just completely dry. So thank goodness I took that extra, 40 minutes, because not only was I able to figure out what to talk about today, I also made some progress in defining what the heck subtraction is, and why it does what it does. And one of the biggest problems that I kept running into with subtraction is dealing with the ultimate consequence of discovering that there is a new type of number that you cannot count on your fingers. The negative ones. When we started defining mathematics from base principles, we started with sets. We said that the number 0 was a bag that had nothing in it, which is formally called the empty set. Then we said that the number 1 was a bag that contained an empty bag. So the number 1 is not empty. Well, Commander Garbage, that's actually a really good question. Smallpox. That's what I think. At least for the Western Roman Empire. The Byzantine Empire would keep going for another 1,000 years. And they actually called themselves the Romans, too. And also, them using Greek wasn't even out of the norm for, the Roman Empire from, the 1st to 2nd centuries CE. Because even in the Roman Republic, speaking Greek wasn't actually a rare occurrence. But, what actually killed the Roman Empire? Smallpox. At least for the Western Roman Empire. It wasn't necessarily the migration of the Goths. And all that stuff. They weren't able to react well to the migration of the Goths. And their economy also crumbled, but it's all because they had a giant population dip. Well, thank you. I kind of try to know a little bit about everything. So, yeah, I'm this channel is to give math tutoring for free, but, if you ask a question, there's a decent chance I might be able to say something not completely stupid about it. So, yeah. Yeah, so, I'm perfectly happy talking more about history and stuff, too. I try to stay away from things that, lead into really political stuff. Except for, saying, hey, don't, hate people, because that's not cool. But, I'll talk about practically anything else. But yeah, thank you for that question, Commander Garbage. That was really cool. Yeah. So if that's all you're here for, I hope you have a wonderful day. And keep encouraging people to know their history, because that's good stuff. Yeah. Yes. It shows another problem with, human governments. Like, one thing that I didn't know about, like, the first emperor, Augustus, was he actually increased the freedoms of the average Roman. Or at least he kind of made Rome work more for the average person by a particular reform, which was something to do with tax collecting. And also for, like, public works. Where the Roman Empire became responsible for, like, the road next to a city, not the city. And also things like fire department services, even though they didn't really have any, or, like, policing or stuff like that. It wasn't necessarily wholly privatized. Which I thought was pretty cool. I mean, he was also a horrific bastard, and... but, like, he had a couple really interesting... Crassus noises. Yeah. Well, it's... I don't know. That's a particular thing that I don't know that much about. Like, I had only heard about, like, specific policies Augustus introduced, like, just a couple days ago. And even then, it was only from, like, a YouTube video that does, like, quick overviews of a bunch of different subjects, so they weren't necessarily experts themselves. So I have to read about it more. But it sounded like something that made enough sense that it probably wasn't wrong. So if I read about more, I'd probably be able to verify it, but yeah. Oh! Also, another really interesting thing. The Roman Empire did something really, really good by making Roman citizenship available to non-Italians in the 3rd century. I don't know if that was before or after the big smallpox outbreak. But it kind of explains, like, changes in Roman military equipment, because they weren't using Lorica segmentata after citizenship was open to anybody that was not a slave. So, like, if you were born in Egypt and your parents weren't, like, from Rome, that I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised about specific details like that. I just know that there was, like, a massive expansion of citizenship in the 200s, CE. Or AD, whatever dating system you use. The number is the same. But yeah. History's cool. Okay. I like my intro music, but I don't like it this much, so let's move over to my actual, like, office, and I will, continue talking from there. So here we go. Hop on over. We're still in Corinth, though. Oh, okay, I started hearing somebody talking, and I was like, wait, what? Nah, this is just the soundtrack. So yeah. Oh, and also you probably, since you're, like, a history buff, you probably recognize where we are. This is a photo from Corinth in Greece. Don't ask me where exactly in Greece, I don't remember. I just thought, you know what, these ruins look really cool, so let's sit here and talk. Because that's how I like tutoring and whatnot. I like it in, like, the old Socratic form of, hey, I'm not even going to instruct you and stuff, I'm just going to ask you questions and then make you think. 'Cause I'm lazy. But no, Socrates wasn't lazy. He was cool. Oh. Uh-oh. Ah, that was a good firm slap. Thank you. Ah, cleared up my sinuses. But yeah, alright, thank you for the follow, and hey, as long as it's undergraduate mathematics, I can probably help you in it. You might have to forgive me because I don't remember, like, everything, but I have reference materials for everything, so it usually only takes me a few minutes to refresh and go, oh yeah, that's what that was about. So yeah, I'll be here when you need me. Hopefully, cross fingers. And also, you are now number 47 in the follower list. That's awesome. That'd be just any kind of classes that are after you're 17 years old. Well, no. Graduate program would be like once you're in your mid-20s. So in the United States college system, graduate programs are after you receive a bachelor's degree, so then you're going for a master's or a postdoc, like a PhD, a doctoral degree. So if you're in your doctoral program, I probably can't help you, because you're at a higher level of education than I ever got. And it's not for lack of trying, it's just because my health was like, nah, you're done, you don't have to do more. Yeah. So, most of the math that you're going to be doing, I can probably help. Unless you're like... Well, you're in luck, because I'm actually doing a series of rebuilding at least algebra from scratch. And it's amazing how much you understand when you actually rebuild the math. Because then you don't really have to remember it. It's just like, oh, well, that just makes sense. So yeah, come in whenever and just ask your math questions. Like, I follow kind of the VTuber format, because, like, you know, I'm using a digital avatar and I play games and stuff. My main purpose, though, is just to ask your questions. And a programmer who can't... Well, here's the big thing. You can create an algorithm. Guess what? Most algebra is not actually thinking. It's just following an algorithm. So, if you understand algorithms, you'll be able to understand algebra. And you'll be surprised at how much there is... Let me rephrase that. You'll be surprised how little actual thinking goes into algebra. The thinking went into building algebra itself. But then actually solving problems with it, not that much. Which is why you can have computers do a lot of, like, mathematics and algebra, calculus, stuff like that. It's because it's actually just a bunch of algorithms. Every day. Except for Fridays. I like taking Fridays off. My family usually does something fun then. And also, I sometimes play Dungeons and Dragons. Wow, I'm having a hard time controlling my tongue. I sometimes play Dungeons and Dragons with a friend group on Fridays as well. But then, every other day, I'm on. Yeah. But like Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So 6 days a week. Part of the reason why I'm able to do that is because of my health. I'm kind of homebound. So, like, my actual job is still a stay-at-home job, and it's also part-time, so I can do this a lot. And also, everything that I do is for free. You don't have to sub. Well, that'd be really cool. But yeah, also remember, you do not have to sub, and you can't sub anyway because I don't have affiliate yet, so that doesn't matter. But you also don't have to donate or anything like that. You can just hop in, ask a question, and you're good. Oh, and also pass it on. Anybody that you know who needs, like, math help, especially those who can't necessarily afford a private tutor, send them my way. And if they happen to be on a part of the planet that doesn't lie between 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. U.S. Pacific Coast time, I have a Discord where they can put questions in, whether it be in math and physics, because that's kind of my specialty, and then I can address it in the following stream, and then they can watch the VOD. I could believe it. Well, perfect. Hot damn. Wow, okay. Hopefully the noodles taste good. Are you at least able to put things like an egg in the noodles so you can get a little bit more protein? But yeah, being poor when you're 19, even if you're in a developed country, is kind of the norm. Which is why a lot of people are still living with their parents until they're like 30. Ah, okay. Plenty of sodium. Very good. Yeah. So yeah, I will be more than happy to help you out with whatever you need. My only rules are make sure that you have read your materials before you ask a question. So, like, if you're covering how to find the focus of a parabola, and it's in your book, Chapter 5, Section 2, or whatever, I would expect you to have read your Chapter 5, Section 2, and then for your homework question, I will expect you to actually have written down more than one line. Because I've had people come in and say, I haven't even started it, I don't know what to do. And it's like, I can't... I don't want to be the personal trainer who lifts the weights for you, because then that's not helping you. That's okay, because we can work from there. Yeah. If you're having trouble with algebra, then it usually means there was something in your math education past. There's usually something in your past that kind of didn't click at some point, which is very common. Don't feel bad about it. So it's like, maybe it's how to add fractions together that didn't necessarily click, and so then that gets in the way. Or remembering your multiplication tables or things like that. And that stuff is easily fixed. Well, you have a good algebra teacher then. That's actually really good. The unfortunate thing about being a teacher is they don't have the time to go back and fix each individual's missing gaps of knowledge. Because, like, even in an ideal class size of, like, 20 people, and if you're going to, you know, beyond high school, you could probably be in a class with hundreds of people. You know, the teacher just doesn't have that luxury. But yeah. So, there is hope. Just be willing to put in a lot of work. My past math teacher gave me detention for 3 hours if I didn't understand that. That's awful. Like, that is the worst thing I have ever heard. It's like, you don't motivate a donkey by smacking it with a stick. You put a carrot in front of it. So, like, if you want someone to be motivated to learn, you don't punish them for not getting it. That's stupid. And I'm sorry to hear that. I'm gonna stop talking about that because I'll just get more and more angry. But yeah. I'm sorry that happened. That sucks. Yeah. One time he'd smile at you and then he'd throw a book at you. A book out the window? Dang. Yeah, yeah, let's not do that. But yeah. That sucks. I'm sorry that happened. I'm glad to hear, though, that your current teacher sounds like a reasonable person, so that's nice. Yeah. Also, you don't have to tell me where exactly you live. Oh. You found the right place, then. Absolutely. Yep. That's like my biggest mission, especially for this channel. It's to realize that, yes, you are capable of understanding mathematics, a lot more math than you thought you could, and also, you can find fun in it, too. So yeah, you've come to the right place. That's freaking fantastic. Now, here's a question. What time is it for you right now? You don't have to tell me where in the world you are, just what time zone is it? Because if it's like 1 or 2 in the morning, I'll say, go to bed. Unless you are a night owl. Yep, okay. Because I have other people that have come and asked me questions, who were from, like, Palestine, and so they were talking to me when it was like 2 or 3 in the morning. And I was like, dude, go to bed. And they were like, you know what, that's actually kind of a good idea. But yeah. Especially for you then, because you're in a not exactly convenient time zone. If there's ever a moment where you're like so stinking tired that you cannot like pay attention and make sense of things. Ah, okay, well then you're fine. Cool. Matter of fact, like, do you have, like, a burning, like, math question, like, a thing that is your biggest stumbling block that you want to talk about? Because, like, I really only do, like, math lectures or whatnot when nobody has a question. So yeah, I'm game if you are. If you don't have a question, though, that's absolutely fine. Excuse me. It's funny to think that I actually used to hate the Final Fantasy X soundtrack. Like, I loved the game, but I used to not like the music. Obstacle is just understanding the basic principles and rules of algebra. Alright. So then, the usual thing to do is just to kind of go from the most basic stuff that might seem super obvious to you, and then work your way forward. No, that's fine. Like, figuring out where your gaps are specifically is part of what I do. So I don't have a problem with that. So, like, let me ask you just some random questions, then. And also let me get the chat overlay up high enough so I can actually read what you're saying. Okay, so if I wrote down 7 plus 5, Could you tell me how much that answer is? Without using a calculator. If you have to count it on your fingers, that's okay. You gotta start somewhere, as long as you're able to do it without using a calculator. That's the biggest thing that I want to know. Perfect. Okay. Now, tell me, how did you get that? Did you have to count up from 7? Or did you just remember that 7 plus 5 is 12? And again, either answer is fine. Okay. The way that you fix... So your computation speed is limited right now because you have to count from the starting number and up by the second number. That is fixable, though, by just doing math drills. So there are tons of drill sheets that you can find online where they have like 100 simple addition problems on them. What you do is you take these little drill tests, but you time yourself. So like you give yourself only 5 minutes to do it. And like a way to motivate you to do better and better is like say, okay, if you get over 50%, you give yourself a tiny reward, and then 75% you get a little bit more of a reward, etc., etc. But at least you understand the basic idea of what addition is. You're throwing together two numbers. Now, there is a trick whenever you're doing addition that helps speed up the process. Remember that certain numbers, when you add them together, equal 10. And you can usually figure out which two numbers add up to get you 10 by just holding up your two hands, and if you have 10 fingers, you just make a group of one number, and then you automatically see how much the other number needs to be to get you 10. So if you hold up your hands, and you group together 7 fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then you'll notice that you have 3 other fingers left over, right? So you see 7, and you see 3 that are left over, and you know that if you haven't suffered any injuries or haven't been born with any birth defects, you're going to have 10 fingers. So just by looking at it, you can go, oh, 7 plus 3 equals 10. That's the magic of what we're doing here. That's bloody fantastic. And also proof of principle that tutoring through streaming actually works. So that's good. That's awesome. I really like this. Okay. So, look for pairs of numbers that add together to give you 10. Now, obviously, 7 and 5 aren't 10, because if you group 7 fingers, you don't have 5 fingers left over. You have 3. But that's okay, because you could turn 7 plus 5 into 7 plus 3 plus 2. Because again, you have 5 fingers on one hand. So you could just take one hand and say, well, 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers. Oh, how many more fingers do I have left over? 2. So here's the 3, and here's the 2, which is a total of 5. And right now, oh no, we have 3 numbers that we have to add together, but that's okay, because the first 2 numbers make up an entire set of fingers. 10. So now you have 10 plus 2. Adding stuff to 10 is actually fairly simple because there's a 0 in the ones place for 10. 0 plus anything is just that other thing. So 10 plus 2 is just 12. So that's one of the biggest things that can help you speed up addition. Look for pairs of numbers that add to give you 10, and then just add the rest. So, like, another example. 8 plus 7. Alright, you hold up 8 fingers, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many more fingers do you need for 10? 1, 2. So here is 8. And then here's 2. Okay. So we need an 8 plus 2 because that gives us a 10. That's awesome. But we have a 7. Okay, well, hold up 7 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey! Here's a 2 right here. And here's a whole hand of fingers. So that's 5 plus 2. That's 7. So we could take this problem right here. 8 plus 7. We can leave the 8 exactly where it is because we know that 8 combined with just 2 more gives us 10. And then we can break the 7 into 2 numbers because we looked at our fingers and realized, oh, it's a 5 and a 2 that gives us 7. Just have the 2 go here, and then add the 5. So have the 5 go there. Add these 2 numbers together first, so that's a 10 plus a 5. 0 plus 5 is 5, so 15. And there you go. So while you're still learning, like, the more drills you do with addition, the more you're going to remember, and thus you're not going to have to even use, like, that little hand trick. But while you're still learning it, using your hands and looking at your fingers is perfectly valid and fine. Because the goal is just to logically think of ways to make your life easier. So yeah, my prescription to getting better at doing addition problems is to do a bunch of math drills. So look for worksheets that have like 100 problems per sheet of simple addition, and then just do a bunch of them. Because eventually it's just going to get in your head. You'll be like, oh yeah, I know how to do this now. Okay, now, subtraction. The way that you get good at subtraction is you just get good at addition. So if I have 15 minus 8, if I remember that 8 plus 7 equals 15, then I'm like, oh, I already got that, so then the leftover bit is just has to be there. So, subtraction and addition are ways of saying the same thing. The placement of stuff is just in a different order. So that's the biggest thing. To get good at subtraction, get good at addition, because then subtraction is just filling in the blank. Another thing. If you're doing arithmetic with negative numbers, so like if I have -1 minus 2, another useful thing to remember is that you can represent numbers as posts on a line. So like, okay, I have a marker that says 0 here, and then I have a marker over here that says 1, and then one over here that says 2, and that I can go in the opposite direction, a marker that says -1, and a marker that says -2. I'll put one more here, -3. Your first number is telling you in what direction and how far you need to move away from 0. So -1 says, okay, start at 0. Negative means look left. So you're going to look left and start moving left. And then the number here tells you how many steps left you have to go. So -1 means, okay, go from 0 and now you're at this position. And then this sign right here tells you, okay, from this position, we're going to move even more to the left. And then this says, by how much? So since it says 2, we're going to take 2 full steps. So one step left and another step left. So that from -1, we've made 2 full left steps. And so we find that -1 minus 2 equals -3. So that's how using a number line can help you when you have problems that are starting to involve negative numbers. Yeah. You can post a question at any time. So yeah, what's the question? So 12.6 plus 4m equals 9.6 plus 8m. Okay, let me see if I understand what you've typed correctly. I'm guessing that you've been given 2 equations. One of them is 12... Whoa, 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 whoa. 12.6 plus 4m equals 9.6 plus 8m. Oh, okay, and so that's just a duplicate equation. You entered it twice. Yep, that's what I thought. It was just one equation. Alright. Well, it's a good thing we were talking about addition and subtraction. Because that's essentially what this problem is. Now, if you're still needing to count when you're doing addition problems with whole numbers, then numbers with a decimal in them are going to be more difficult than you really want to be dealing with. And usually, to understand how to solve an equation like this, you want to give yourself an example with numbers that are more simple, so that you can see what the algorithm is. And then it usually becomes very apparent what you want to do, steps-wise. So, like, for this problem, why not look at an example that looks like it, where we have a number plus a number times a variable equaling a number plus a number times a variable. So let's give ourselves an example that looks like it, but isn't exactly the same. It's a little more simple. So let's say... Heck, let's just drop the decimal points. So this example is not the question that you ultimately want to solve, but it's very similar. When you have an equation like this, what is your ultimate goal? What are you trying to do? What is the end result you want? So, what would solving for m look like? Yes! But what does that look like? Like, if I'm using math notation, like equal signs, and the letter M, and then, like, specific numbers, what does it look like? I'm not going to know what the right-hand side is going to look like, but what should I have on the left-hand side of this equation when I'm done? And it's actually a really simple question, but sometimes you got to ask yourself the simple question to help you figure out where you need to go. Essentially, yes. Yes. But we're not returning to monkey. Yep, exactly. You want m, and then equals, and then stuff. The key thing is that we want m all by itself on its side of the equal sign. That is the biggest thing that we want. So don't save. So starting with 12 plus 4m equals 9 plus 8m. Our ultimate goal is to get m equals something. We don't want m being added by anything. We don't want m being subtracted by anything. We don't want to see m being multiplied by anything. We want to see just the letter m, an equal sign, and then other stuff. And we do not want to see the letter m over here either. We only want to see m once, and it's on its own side of an equal sign. So it's always good to remember what your goal is. So then the next, like, practically obvious question is to look at your starting point and say, okay, how is this equation not like this equation? So, like, what's the difference between these two things? Yeah, it should have been m equals Anki. Essentially, yeah. But take a look at this equation and take a look at this equation and tell me, and it's going to be an obvious answer. Tell me what's the difference between this equation and this equation. Yo, what's up, Big Maui? Why are you saying that I stink? Also, how do you know? One is Big N confusing and the other isn't. Oh, the monkey does stinketh. How do you know? Maybe, like, in its natural environment, with the correct balance of skin bacteria and body oils, it actually doesn't smell bad. You ever think of that? Well, here, let me give you a massive hint. And really, it is obvious. How funny. Oh, and there's one more thing I wanted to erase there. So, one thing that is different between the first equation and the second one is that I have m's on both sides of the equation. That's the first giant difference between the two equations. The first one has m on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. But we know that to solve for m, we don't want to have it on two sides. Exactly. So we don't want to have it on both sides. We want to have it either on the left-hand side of the equation or the right-hand side of the equation. Not on both sides. So that's problem number one. Another obvious problem is that the m's are being multiplied by somebody. We don't want that. We want the m to have nobody in front of it. Now, that's kind of a misleading statement because there actually is a number sitting in front of m, but it's just the number 1. If you have 1 times somebody, you don't write the number 1. So there's still a number in front of m on that equation, but it's just the number 1. So in the first equation, the problem with these guys is that they're not the number 1. 1 is 8 and 1 is 4. So that's another problem. The third problem is that this stuff is being added by more stuff. Over here, we are actually adding by a number, but it's just the number 0. When you add by 0, nothing happens, which is why you don't even write it. So, like, if I gave you a problem 2 times 1, you just say it's 2. And if I say 2 plus 0, you just say 2. So, the number 2 I could write as 1 times 2 plus 0, but it still means the number 2. And then I just simplify it and it's just 2. So, as long as our number that we're adding by is 0, we're okay. And as long as the number we're multiplying by is 1, we are also okay. But that's not happening in our first equation. Oh, geez. I don't know what he sounds like. I never really watched any of his videos. I just know that he's good at what he does, and I think he started a really good movement. And I kind of want to just kind of be an extra added bit to it. Okay. So, let me just rewrite this down here. So we have 12 plus 4m equals 9 plus 8m. We have a few goals that we want in mind. First goal, we want m by itself. Well, we want to see m... Well, we want m on only one side of the equal sign. Because right now we have m on the left hand and the right hand side of this equation. Good. Okay, cool. So we want to make sure that we get m at least on only one side of the equation. Once we do that, we can usually figure out where to go from there. Now, here's another important question, and let's give you an even simpler example. X plus 1 equals, I don't know, 7. Okay. If I have a really simple equation like this, what do I do to solve for x? So solving for x means getting x by itself, which means this number 1 can't be sitting on the left-hand side anymore. Yeah, To help speed up with the translation, if I have x plus 1 equals 7, then I want to subtract 1 from both sides. Because then I have x plus 1 minus 1 is 0, so now the 1 is gone, equals, and then 7 minus 1 is 6. Ah, okay, good. This is part of figuring out where the gaps are, and we have identified a gap. This is perfect. Okay. The way to understand equations, so no, don't save, is to think about a scale. So let me make a scuffed scale. Give me a sec. So, scale has 2 arms. And then it usually has a stand. Yeah, come on. Work with me here. Okay, I get a little too perfectionist on making drawings, so forgive me. Okay, so it has a stand, and then it's balancing 2 scales. So, a scale... Let's actually draw it like this. A scale... And then another scale that looks essentially like it, because I like to try to make it symmetric. It's good enough. Okay. And then... connecting the scales to their little trays. Okay. So, here's a scale. You can use a scale to measure weights. Like to see if 2 things are the same weight, or if one's heavier than the other. And I don't want to have to redraw this diagram over and over again, so I'm going to copy and paste it. Control. Oops, nope, Control, copy. There we go. And then paste so that I can keep duplicating it. There we go. So we have a scale, and a scale is where we can measure stuff. So, like, if I take a marble and another marble, and each marble weighs, I don't know, a gram, then the scale would be balanced. The heights of the 2 trays would be exactly the same. Right? Okay, this explanation won't take more than 30 minutes, so good. So if the weights of the stuff on the trays are the same, then the scale is balanced, it's not tilting one way or another. Okay, so bloop. Now, let's say I took one of my marbles and I cut it in half. But I still put 2 halves on the tray. So they're both 1 marble in total, but one is a whole marble and the other one is 2 halves of a marble. The tray would still be balanced, because I have 1 gram here, and then I have a half a gram plus a half a gram on the other side. Wicked smart, thank you. Also, I didn't know you're from Boston. Now, what if... Just watch Good Will Hunting. Is that the movie where he says, "How do you like them apples?" or whatever? I don't remember. Let's say that you added another half of a marble to our scale. So, here's a 3rd half marble. But you only added it to one side. Would the scale remain balanced, or would it start tipping in one direction? And to save time, I'll just say, if you have 3 halves of a marble on one side and a full marble on the other, yep, And which one is going to be tipping lower than the other? Which one will be tipping down? Right one or left one? Exactly. So this one's going to tip down, this one's going to tilt up. Okay. He do. But what if instead of adding only a half to the right-hand side, we added it to the right-hand side and the left-hand side? So over here. What's going to happen? Is the scale going to tip one way or the other, or will it still stay absolutely balanced? Perfect. And, dude, never feel embarrassed. Only feel embarrassed when you give up and stop learning. It's when you give up that you should feel embarrassed. Yeah. Like, imagine living 200 years ago and you were not born into the upper class of your society. It's possible to, like, qualify to get an education to become, like, an engineer, but you hadn't gone to any schooling before. So all you know is how to read. You'll be given a textbook that begins with, hey, 1 + 1 is 2. And I've seen a textbook like that. It was an engineering textbook that went through the calculuses. But it started with addition tables. I think it was the late 1800s English mathematics engineering textbook. But it started with addition tables. So it's like, we all gotta start somewhere. Never feel embarrassed. The only embarrassing thing is just not learning. Okay, so yes, balanced. So the key here is if you have a scale that's already balanced, to keep it balanced, you add by the same amount on both sides of the scale. I'll have to look up, because, like, I know I saw a book that was like that, but I don't remember what the name of it was. Or even if it was an engineering book, it could have been, like, just a physics book. All I know is that it started with addition tables, but it was an actual, like, higher-level, college-level book. Whatever. Okay, now, we have a tray that's balanced because we have 1.5 marbles on the right-hand side, and 1.5 marbles on the left-hand side. What would happen if I decided to take away one of the halves on the right-hand side, and that's it? Would my scale still be balanced, or would it start tipping? And if it does start tipping, which one will tip up? The right-hand side or the left-hand side? Oh? Well, first off, I know that you're onto something because you said that it's not going to stay balanced. So yeah, just... Since you already said no, yes, the right-hand side goes up. What? Oh. Well, here's a huge secret. We're all dumb. Just some people know more than others. Exactly. Right goes up. If we only remove a half of a marble from the right tray, then the right tray goes up and the left tray goes down. But if I take away a half of a marble from both trays, it'll stay balanced. So that's one of the biggest things about equations that you can always fall back on. Equations are like scales. The left half of the equation is like a tray of the scale on the left-hand side. The right-hand part of an equation is like a tray on the right-hand side. The equal sign is like the pivot point for the scale. Putting more weight on one side of the scale is adding. Taking weight off is subtracting. So if you want to keep something balanced, if you add something on the right-hand side, then you better add by the exact same thing on the left-hand side. And if you want to keep something balanced, if you take something away on the left-hand side, you better take the same amount away on the other side. That's why when I wrote down x plus 1 equals 7, I wanted to get x by itself, but there was an extra piece of stuff sitting on the tray with x, the number 1. So I wanted to get rid of that number 1 on the left-hand side of the equation. Well, it's a scale and with trays. You have an x and a 1 on the tray and then a 7 on the other. Right now it's balanced. If you take the 1 away on only one side, then the scale is not balanced anymore. You have to take a 1 away from the 7 as well to keep the scale balanced. And then removing the 1 is technically subtracting by 1. So, to keep the scale balanced, you have to subtract by 1 on both sides of this equation. So, we removed 1, so we know that the only thing on the left-hand side is going to be x. And then, we have 7 minus 1, okay, 6. It works the other way too. If I have x minus 2 equals 4, to get x by itself, I have to add stuff to the right-hand side of the equation so that the negative 2 goes away. So I have to add 2 to make that negative 2 go away on the left-hand side. But since equations are like scales, I need to add 2 on the right-hand side as well. So we reasoned out that we had to add 2 to make x be by itself, so we don't even have to write anything else after that point. And then 4 plus 2 is 6. So, using scales, we can figure out what to do with our more complicated example, 4m equals It was 9 plus 8m. 9 plus 8m. And again, the difference between this example and the actual homework problem is that you had a 9.6 and a 12.6. We're just using 9 and 12, just to make our lives a little bit easier. So go away, go away. So we had said that our ultimate goal is to get m on just one side of the equation. It doesn't necessarily matter which side we see m, the right-hand side or the left-hand side. Either is okay, it just has to be on only one side. So either we're going to take away 8m from both sides, so do this to keep our equation balanced, or we take away 4m from both sides. So we remove this guy. So take away 4m from both sides. Either move is legitimate. You can definitely do it. But one move is easier than the other. Because what's an easier subtraction to do? 4 minus 8 or 8 minus 4? I'd usually go for the 8 minus 4 myself. Which is why taking away the 4 from both sides is the preferable option, instead of taking away 8 from both sides. So file. No, don't do that. Don't do that. So let me rewrite. 12 plus 4m equals 9 plus 8m. We're going to take away 4m from both sides. And in doing so, we're not going to have any m's on the left-hand side of this equation anymore. And since we're taking away 4m from both sides, our equation will still be balanced. So equals 12, 9, plus, okay, 8m and 4m. That's still just saying, okay, I have 8 m's, so m, 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 m. So I have a cluster of 8 m's, and then I'm going to remove 4 of those m's. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, how many m's do I have left over? 4. So when you have a number times a letter, as long as they're multiplied by the same letter, you just treat it like a normal subtraction problem. That's why I didn't even write m's here. I just wrote 8 and 4. So the number that's going to drop down here is just going to be a 4 times our letter m. There's another thing that we gotta do, though. Not only did we say we wanted m to be on only one side of our equation, we also said that we want m to be the only thing on its side. So, if we were multiplying m by anybody, it needed to be the number 1, and right now we're multiplying it by a 4, so that's a problem. And we're also adding by 9. And we don't want to do that either. We want to be adding by 0. So we already have m on the right-hand side of our equation, and we like it where it is. That means we have to evict everyone else from the right-hand side of the equation and send them to the left-hand side. So if you're thinking of our tray and our scales, we're going to need to take a 9 off of both sides of our scales. So we have to subtract by 9 on both sides. So we'll take away 9 on this side, and we'll take away 9 on that side. This is another place where thinking about 10 and addition makes things a lot easier. Don't try to do 12 minus 9 immediately. Just think, okay, how many numbers do I have to take away from 12 to get to 10? So from 12, I need to take away 2, and that gives me 10. Now, 12 minus 9 is taking away more than 2. You're going 12, take away 2, and then you have to go 7 more to do a full take away 9. And if you look at a number line to explain the logic behind that, so here's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So here's 12. We had to take away 9, but it was easier to get to 10, because then the arithmetic is a lot easier. So starting at 12, we're going to take away 2, so jump 1 twice. So that's a minus 2. But we wanted to go a full take away 9, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we wanted to get to here with a minus 9. Well, what's left over if we only take away 2 first? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's a minus 7. So that's how you know you can break minus 9 into a minus 2, minus 7. And then this arithmetic is really easy because you're just making this number go to 0. So now you have 10 minus 7. And then you could use your fingers. You have 10 fingers, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then group up 7 of them. So 7 fingers. How many do you have left over? 3. So now we have figured out that 12 minus 9 is 3. So 12 minus 9 is 3. 9 minus 9 is 0. I'll even write 0 just to help illustrate the point. Plus 4m. Anybody plus 0 is just this other guy. So our next line can just be 3 equals 4m. Okay, this number right here is not the number 1. So we need to do something that'll take the 4 and move it to the left-hand side. But what is the 4 doing to the m? You have to pay attention to that. It's not adding to the m, and it's not subtracting away from the m. It's being multiplied to the m. So to make it move to the other side of the equation, we have to divide by 4. But again, because equations are balanced scales, to stay balanced, we need to divide our left-hand side by 4, as well. And so we get the fraction 3 over 4 equals m. This fraction is reduced. 3 and 4 don't have any numbers that you could divide both of them by. And m is completely by itself on its side of the equal sign. Now we're done. We've solved for m. So this is what I was saying about how most algebra is just an algorithm that you just follow, and you don't actually even have to really think. So doing this toy example a little bit quicker, so 12 plus 4m equals 9 plus 8m. Step 1. M on either left or right. So take away 4m, easiest thing to do. So we get 12 equals 9 plus 4m. And then step 2, m by itself. The easiest thing to do is to first undo addition or subtraction. Because that's literally just picking something off of a tray or putting something on a tray when you're thinking about balancing weights on a scale. Next is undo multiplication or division. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to remove this 9, so we'll take away 9. So 12 minus 9 is 3 equals 4m. And then undo multiplication or division. This is 4 times m. So that's multiplication. If you look, we got rid of a plus 9 by subtracting 9, so we just do the reverse of multiply by 4. We divide by 4 on both sides. So 3 over 4 equals m. And then we're done. Now, you might have extra instructions from there, like write your answer as a fraction or a decimal. So, answer as fraction or answer as decimal. If our answer is all supposed to be a fraction, then for this problem we are completely done. Well, I am of happy too. That's awesome. But yeah, if it wants our answer to be a fraction, then we're done. It's a reduced fraction. A non-reduced fraction would have been like 6 over 8. Where 6 is an even number and 8 is an even number. That means you could divide the 6 by a 2 and divide the 8 by a 2, and you get, oh, a 3 over 4. Okay, I can't divide 3 by anything that I can also divide by 4, so I know my fraction's done. But if you need to write your answer as a decimal, a lot of fractions you can just think about money, specifically coins. So, like, in the United States monetary system, where you have a dollar, but then you have quarters and pennies, nickels, dimes, blah, blah, blah. A quarter is a quarter of a dollar, which is $0.25, is 1/4. And a quarter is literally 1/4. It's a quarter. This is 3/4, which means you would need 3 of these guys. 0.75. So then, if you had to write your answer as a decimal, then it would be 0.75 equals M. And then you're done. So, the algorithm for solving equations for most of algebra is get your m's on one side of the equation, left or right, doesn't matter, and then get m by itself on its side of the equation. And really, it's a little past 2 a.m. I need to wake up at... Oh, geez. Still. Hey! I'm glad I was here. I'm glad you found me. So yeah, just hop in whenever and ask a question. I am more than happy to answer. And again, it's all for free, too. So you don't have to pay. And if I ever hit affiliate, knock on wood, which I hope I do, you don't have to be a sub either. Just ask a question and I'll help. For people that can afford to sub, though, but you're not asking tutor questions, then that's essentially like giving to a nonprofit or giving to a charity, just not officially, so you can't do a tax write-off. But like, any kind of donation or sub or whatever is literally a donation. You don't have to pay for anything. You're just donating to me so that I can keep doing this and helping people in the future. Alright, man. It's about 5 p.m. for me. So yeah. Have a good night, get some sleep. And if Saturdays work for you, that's perfect because I stream on Saturdays. So yeah, hope you have a great night, great few days, and I'll see you when I see you, man. Cool. You too. Also, Gabagool. Oh, on Gabagool. Uh-huh. File new, don't save. Okay. Maui. Oh, EST. Okay. So right now it's 8 p.m., yeah? Okay. Because I live in Arizona. I'm comfortable saying what state I'm in, because Arizona's huge, and there's 7 million of us. So, try to find me in there. Ha ha ha. So, like, when it's daylight savings, we are... No, you won't. You won't find me. Also, please don't find me. But, like, during daylight savings, the East Coast is 3 hours ahead of us. But when daylight savings is over, then you guys are only 2 hours ahead of us. Because we're an hour ahead of Pacific. And also, we're a living example of how daylight savings is stupid and you don't have to do it. And that's the one thing our state does well. Is not having daylight savings. Yeah, what a jerk. He was British, too, I would imagine. Oh, but hey, remember how he was trying to derive the surface area of a sphere by using a curve rotated about the x-axis? And I was getting an answer that was a factor of 4 over pi, pi over 4 too much? I found out why. And the reason is simple and stupid and made me feel dumb. Ah! Okay, well, since you've already taken Calc 2, I'm not really going to have to explain much of it. And for anyone else that's here, which I don't think there is anyone, but that's okay. So for a sphere, we just took a quarter circle and rotated it about the x-axis. Because if you rotate a quarter circle about the x-axis, then you get a hemisphere. So then you just double whatever values you get, volume or surface area, and then you get the total area for a sphere. So we had a sphere of radius r, well, a quarter circle with radius r. And our equation was just for the top half of a circle, so r squared minus x squared. Rotate polar curves. No, because if you're going to be dealing with stuff with like cylindrical symmetry or spherical symmetry, you just use cylindrical or spherical coordinates. So, cylindrical coordinates, are as simple as you think they are. So, wow, I haven't drawn a 3D coordinate axis in a long time. Okay, so something like this. There you go. So you have Z, you have X, and you have Y. Cylindrical coordinates are essentially polar coordinates in the XY plane. So you have some radius, you have some angle measured from the x-axis, and then you have some height, which is your z value. So cylindrical coordinate points are r, theta, and z. And then spherical coordinates, you have your z, you have your y, and you have your x. You have some radius where its projection onto the xy plane and actually, the way I drew that, there we go. Okay, so then this guy, and then this 3D one. You have this angle right here. You have your oh. Okay, so this is a really clever thing. Let me make the diagram a little bit bigger and better. So you got a Z. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I like having it that way because I'm weird. So then a y-axis. Yes. If I know what Desmos was. Okay. So here's Z, here's Y, here's X, So you have... I think we'll use blue. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So you have some radial arm that's pointing in three-dimensional space. You have its perpendicular line to the XY plane. Green will use... I'll say light brown. So we have its projection into the XY plane. Then we have the perpendicular line. So hits the x-axis. Okay. And then you have a line that hits the y-axis. I mean, not the y-axis, but it goes from the origin to that point. So I'll even say just x hat. I don't want my hats in different colors. So I'll say z hat, y hat, and x hat, because that just means unit vector direction. Oh, you'll do it in Calc 3. That's what multivariable calculus is. It's just Calc 3. Okay, so here is your right angle there, and then you have a right angle here. Yeah. And then you have this angle in the XY plane. That is theta. You have the angle from the z-axis to your radial arm. We'll call that phi. The length of the radial arm is r. The blue line is the same as if it was in a plane parallel to the y plane. And I realized I can make my diagram really awesome looking if I just did this. Yeah. So, up there, and then put some marks through it. Where this is the right angle. Right there. Yeah. So this distance from here to here would be r sine phi. So you know that the length here is r sine phi. And then, let's see. This right here would be r sine phi cosine theta. And the distance here would be r sine phi sine theta. And the point is... Oh, and also that radial 3D space radial arm is generally called rho. Well, not rho. It's rho. So you don't... It's not an aspirated R. You flick your tongue to the roof of your mouth like you're doing a Spanish R, but then you don't voice it. So you go rho. So you just breathe out and then say O. Rho. So that's the ancient Grecian rho. But we English speakers with very ungraceful tongues go rho. Whatever. Oh, like Big Mac? Well, it's because Big Macs didn't exist yet. You know. Let's see. Like, in genetics... Well, they could have. In genetics, there is a gene, if I remember correctly. There's a gene called Musashi, which is responsible for destroying dendrites sticking out from the nucleus of neurons. Well, it's a protein. But the gene that builds the protein is called Musashi. And then there's another gene that's, I think, responsible for the growth of digits, like your fingers and toes, where it helps tell cells during embryonic development to kill themselves so that you actually develop the grooves between your digits. That gene is called Sonic Hedgehog. So I bet you if a Big Mac existed in the 17th century, you know, maybe a math thing would have been named Big Mac. You never know. So, row. And show them all Big Macs and get executed for blasphemy. Yes, because they're all Burger King houses. Thank you. I'm here till Tuesday. So you get the coordinates rho, theta, phi, where that's your polar angle, meaning it's the angle in the xy plane, and then that's called the azimuthal angle. Because it's just the angle of tilt from the z-axis. Lord Whopper here. Let's see. Yeah. And then, if you want to do some sort of integral on a three-dimensional surface, then your surface would be some projection. It's like if that's the coordinate origin. Where the angle swoop this way would be your... Oh. Well, let's see here. Right here... Oh, because they're arc lengths. This swoop would be by changing your azimuthal angle, so it'd just be rho d phi, but then changing this arc length would be wiggling around theta. So it would be... I don't know why my brain is blanking. So we're keeping the azimuthal angle the same, and we're literally just wiggling around theta. RBF? I don't know what that means. Resting. Okay. The reason why is because I'm not sitting up right now. I'm actually prone. Well, not prone. That means lying on your stomach. I'm reclining. So, like, I'm on my back with my head essentially at a 90-degree angle to the floor, kind of. So the camera isn't looking directly at my face. It's actually pointing down. More like I have a chronic illness that hasn't been diagnosed yet, and I can't stay awake unless my head is almost at the same level as my heart. So, for some reason, I'm not getting the right amount of oxygen to my brain when I'm either sitting up or standing up. But a cardiologist looked at me and was like, "Your heart seems fine." And I'm like, "Well, your face doesn't." And then they kicked me out. And that didn't actually happen because the cardiologist was really nice. And also, all of the nurses and technicians in there were really nice. If it was psychosomatic, so many things would have been better in my life. And, like, I'd be mad, but then I would have gotten over being mad. Oh, well, okay. Oh, so, like, that's why... So, the camera isn't, like... the plane of my face? If, like, my head was a cube, and my eyes, nose, and mouth were on a face of the cube, the plane of my face is not parallel to the plane of the camera. And so... emotion detection for VC Studio doesn't work so well. So I have to turn off emotion detection. That's why the model doesn't smile. Yeah, I look like a Minecraft person, so what? You got a problem with Minecraft people? You better be careful. If I headbutt you, I could stab you. Just take one of the corners and just... bah! And you're dead. You're dead, kid. Also, no, I really don't... I am not meaning that I am threatening violence to a minor. Please don't arrest me. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, so that's why I have, RBF. Oh, you're an adult now! Wait. Well, congratulations! Have you graduated yet? No, you did graduate. I think you told me that. Oh, well, welcome to the realm of adulthood. Enjoy your stay. It's a lot like being a kid. Because you're going throughout life still not really knowing what you're doing. So that's like another big secret. Adults actually don't necessarily know what they're doing. They know more than what you know, because they've done more than what you've done. But, like, they come across fresh, new situations they have no idea what to do with, just like you as a child do. Awesome! I can hold one thing over you. You're more advanced in mathematics than I was when I was your age. But I was 17 when I started my freshman year of college. So eat that. Yeah. Leo birthdays. Yep. Totally. You completely failed. You have failed in life. But you must carry on. Life is not about doing things perfectly. It's about doing things. But yeah, no, I think you're gonna be fine. Hey, there is no shame at working at Taco Bell. Which is also why, like, minimum wage needs to be a lot higher than it is. And also, I think I read somewhere from some economics study that if you look at the minimum wage that was set by Lyndon Johnson back in the 1960s, and then you adjust it to inflation, and this was an article that I read, I think, at least 5 years ago, workers should have been making $21 an hour minimum wage if you were to keep it at the level that was set back in the 1960s. So $15 an hour minimum wage is actually still screwing people over if you're trying to keep to the spirit of what Lyndon Johnson and Congress and all that were going for in attacking poverty. So yeah! But that's a story for another day. Right! I was talking about... Right. Okay. It's rho sine theta d... rho sine phi d theta. That's that other piece of the bubble that I was missing. Medicaid! I'm eternally grateful that it exists. And I know, like, a lot of Republicans don't like welfare programs, but, like, they still pay their taxes even though they complain about it and resist it. And so it's like, I wish I could walk up to every Republican and say, you know what? By paying your taxes, you have helped save my life. I literally would be dead without Medicaid. Thank you. Like, seriously. You helped save my life. Which is partly why I want to do this tutoring thing for free, because it's like, I've gotten a lot of help from it, so I want to like, give back. But yeah, so it's like people that are like, oh man, taxes suck or whatever. Dude, you know how many people would be dead without taxes? It's not even funny. But yeah, I figured out what this other little piece is. That other little piece is when you just wiggle around theta. And so you're looking at this arc length in the plane of xy. So it's the radius times the angle that you've swept. So rho sine phi d theta. So rho sine phi d theta. And then changing the radius so that you get yourself a three-dimensional shape. So you're essentially your differential volume in cylindrical coordinates, not cylindrical, in spherical coordinates. Looks like a funky bendy cube thing. This part is d rho, because it's shrinking or growing the radius. This part is by rotating theta, so that is rho sine phi d theta. And then this part is by changing the azimuthal angle, so it would be rho d phi. And since these are all differential changes in angles and lengths, you can approximate this. Well, it's not even approximation. The volume of this shape is the volume of a rectangular prism. So then the amount of area of this thing is rho squared sine phi d rho d theta d phi. So that's your differential volume whenever you're doing a three-dimensional integral in spherical coordinates. Okay, back to what I was actually talking about. Yeah, you will. And the thing is that it's actually a really, really simple idea that's all put together. So, when you get into different coordinate systems, just draw a little diagram of how it's built, and then figure out, well, how would I build area out of it? So it would just be the rho sine phi d theta times rho d phi, and that'd be a differential surface area. And if you want a differential volume, then you multiply all the sides of that weird bendy cube together. That best way I learned personally is just to do work out a blank ton of examples, and over time I start to construct how it all works. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So yeah, it's just... But, like, just realize that calculus might look complicated, but it really isn't. It really is not. It's ideas that are so simple that you want to punch people, wrapped up in a packaging that makes it look like it's hard, when it's not. So if you understand the general gist, then it's actually really easy. Like, learning how to read. Once you understand that symbols stand for sounds, and that by combining the symbols it makes a complete sound, then you understand essentially everything there is to knowing how to read. Everything else is just memorizing, well, what symbol sounds like what. And also because language is messy, you have to also learn exceptions to rules and blah 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 blah. But like calculus is the same kind of idea. If you go in there and you don't realize what the simple idea they're talking about is, yes, it can be harder. But if you realize what the symbols really are just talking about, then everything becomes a lot easier. There's a lot of stuff to remember what to do and how they work. But again, once you understand the core ideas, then it's actually not so bad. Oh. But yeah, surface area of a sphere. Yeah, so like, it will feel a lot like Calc 2. So, if we take a quarter circle and rotate it about the x-axis, we're going to get a hemisphere. And if we wanted to figure out surface area, then you need to remember where area comes from. It's by adding up an infinite number of one-dimensional lengths lying on top of each other. So if I have some sort of rectangular shape, and I defined a unit area to be just a square, and this diagram is scuffed, but hey, leave me alone. If you shrink the dimensions of these squares, then you find that area really is just layering a bunch of strings on top of each other. And by virtue of the strings being infinitely densely packed, and they're infinitely thin, you build area from something that doesn't have a height. Because you say that a string has a height of dx, and then a length of however long that string is, so x. So then a string would be x dx in area, even though this dx is essentially nothing. And then you just add a bunch of these infinitely thin strings together as they lay on top of each other, and you get area. It's the same with finding the surface area of a three-dimensional object when you're rotating a curve around the x or the y-axis. You have to take an area. You have to take a length. And then multiply it by another dimension. My problem was that I was not taking a length. I was considering a disk, which is already an area. And then stacking a bunch of disks on top of each other, that's going to give me a volume. That's like taking infinitely thin sheets of paper, lining them together, and you eventually get a 3D book. So to find the surface area, what we need to do is we actually need to find a differential arc length. So you zoom into a specific location on your curve. So it has a specific x and y value. And that zoomed in piece, the more and more you zoom in, the more and more linear it becomes. And so when you zoom in infinitely much, your piece of a circle is a straight line. Also, why did the music stop? The music's completely done. Oh. Well, let's fix that. Properties. Yeah, I want to listen to some Mega Man X. Let's go. Oh yeah. I love this game too. Okay. So, you have this differential amount of length. Hey, Jack! How are you? You're just in time. You're gonna learn a little bit of calc too. So, yeah. So you have this differential length that we've zoomed out. And it's not a curve anymore because you've zoomed infinitely in, so it's a straight line. You can make a triangle out of it by breaking it into its x and y components. The length of the x component is dx. The height of it is dy. So then your length here oh, good. So your length here, if you just use your Pythagorean theorem, is dx squared plus dy squared, square rooted. Since we're taking our quarter circle and rotating it about the x-axis, we probably want to use a differential dx to integrate with, not dy. So we can actually do algebra and just factor out a dx squared from this square root. So you get 1 plus, and then you get a dx on the outside. And then right here, you just get a dy over dx squared. That's your differential length of your curve. To find out the entire length of your curve, what you do is you just take all of these very small straight bits of the curve and add them all together. So that's an integral. So your length of your curve is the integral from where you're starting to where you're ending for your curve of the square root of 1 plus dy dx squared dx. And that's how you find your length. If you want to find your surface area, I forget. Oh. Okay, so this gives you just a length. If we sweep it out and rotate it by an angle, I think... I want to say just multiply it by 2 pi. Because you have the length times a little bit of your rotation about the x-axis, and you integrate that from no degrees to a full circle, and the L doesn't depend upon how far you've rotated it in 3D space. So yeah, it's just 2 pi times your L. So your surface area for a 3-dimensional object is 2 pi times the integral from where you're starting to where you're stopping. Integral 1 plus dy dx squared dx. If you're taking a curve and you're rotating it about the x-axis. So let's check and see if that's going to give us a correct answer for a hemisphere. Because with a hemisphere, we should get 2 pi r squared as the surface area. So, surface area is 2 pi. We're integrating a quarter circle that's centered on the origin. So from 0 to r is the x values that we're going to be integrating over. Square root 1 plus dy dx squared dx. And we know that our equation is for a quarter circle, so it is r squared minus x squared. So then we take a derivative of it. dy dx is 1/2 r squared minus x squared to the negative 1/2 times negative 2x. Just gotta remember you're doing the chain rule. So then this thingy squared, by the way, the 2's divide out, gives you x squared, and it's a positive because a negative number squared is a positive, r squared minus x squared like that. So our surface area is 2 pi integral 0 to r square root 1 plus x squared over r squared minus x squared dx. And then we can give these fractions a common denominator and then add them together. So we get 2 pi integral 0 to r square root r squared minus x squared plus x squared is just r squared right there. Go over r squared minus x squared dx. The square root of r squared is just r, and r does not depend upon our position on the x-axis because we're dealing with quarter circle. Circle's radius is constant. So we can just pull that completely out. We get 2 pi r integral r squared minus x squared to the negative 1/2 dx from 0 to r. And now we have a trig sub. We essentially have a 1 minus sine squared theta equals cosine squared theta. And if we multiply this whole thing by r squared, we get r squared minus r squared sine squared theta equals r squared cosine squared theta. And if we put a square root on top of all of that, the left-hand side, if I say x equal r sine theta, then the left-hand side of this equation is going to be the square root of r squared minus x squared. And then on the right-hand side is just going to be an r cosine theta. If I take the derivative of both sides here, I get r cosine theta d theta. So this will be all of this, except for the negative exponent. So I still have to make sure that it goes under a 1. And then this goes here. So I get 2 pi r. I'm not going to worry about the limits of integration. 1 over r cosine theta times r cosine theta d theta. These r's divide off, the cosines divide out, so I just get 2 pi r. I might as well, just change the limits of integration. They're not that hard. So putting in a 0 there, sine of 0 is 0, 0 times r is 0. So that limit of integration is still 0. Oh, and I put it in the wrong spot. I actually should have put 0 there. But the only way for sine theta to equal 0 is if theta is 0. And if x equals r, that means I get r equals r sine theta, and so sine theta has to equal a 1, and the only way to do that is if theta equals pi over 2. So we have a pi over 2 here. So integral 0 to pi over 2 d theta. So we have the easiest integral in the world, r theta from 0 to pi over 2, and I'm screwing up again. I am screwing up again, so let's not replace the limits of integration. Matter of fact, I've made this a royal mess, so let's just redo the whole thing. I know that Oh, I just realized something. What's the surface area of a cylinder lying on its side? So, a cylinder like this. Well, you cut the cylinder through on one side and unravel it, and then it just turns into a long piece of paper. This distance is the same as this distance, so L. The distance all the way around was the circumference of this circle, so this distance, now that we've unraveled the circle, is the circumference. And the equation for circumference is 2 pi times the radius. The radius is the distance from the center to the outer edge. Yeah, so then the surface area of a cylinder, if it doesn't have actual ends, is 2 pi r L. Okay, so here are two things. We are using we're not using cylinders per se, we're using, like, cones. With a piece chopped off of them. So, frustums, if you will. The frustum's length is our dl, which we figured out was dx squared plus dy squared. And the height of it is dx. And the radius of it was dy. No, the radius of it was not dy. The radius of it was just y. And I thought I had figured it out, and now I'm getting angry again. This stinks. Okay, hold on. This area... rotate around, say, x-axis. So the surface area, 2 pi the height times a differential length. Oh. Y times dl. Wait, which one's... What do you mean by that one? Oh, did you get, like, the worst ending? Yay! You got the worst ending! Were you doing that on purpose? Most of the roots, rotation about x-axis. How was I supposed to know you had to do all the extra stuff? You explore! That's one of the biggest things about the Silent Hill games. Always, always explore. Go looking. Because if you don't go looking, you're going to miss stuff. And then be sad. Make your own map. This is, you know, gaming over 20 years ago. You know. So, like, games expected more out of you because they couldn't provide as much. If you miss 2 things in one area. Like, the exact place that you missed was when you are between going... I think it's after you kill the moth. Well, no, there's the actual Kaufman. Oh, in the very beginning, though, yes, but I mean, they give you a very obvious plastic bottle, where like you see some of them that are not empty, and you see some that are empty, and you're like, oh, I guess I could take one of those, and then you see a red liquid on the ground, and it's like, okay, if I have an empty bottle and I have red liquid that was smashed on the ground, maybe that red liquid's useful, so you pick it up. That's another thing. PS1 era and PS2 era rub against all the edges hitting the X button. You click everywhere. Until you essentially learn the language of... the visual language of the game. Because then it becomes obvious, like, what things you can interact with and what things you cannot. But yeah, look everywhere and click everywhere. Little that you have to go to get the good ending just to understand the ending. You also could have watched my VODs, because I played through all of Silent Hill 1 many times. Yes. Because, I guess spoilers, they directly tie into each other. They're almost direct sequels. 2 is probably in the same universe, and it's the same Silent Hill town? But it's not... Have you not watched me play 3? I've been playing 3 for, like, the past... week? You don't watch my streams, actually! Oh... Yeah, because I've been playing 3! I didn't know that you... Oh, that's so good! Oh, man. Okay. It's late enough that I'm just gonna switch to playing games now. I think we're just gonna play Silent Hill 3. We'll save Axiom Verge for another day. Also, nobody watched it when I played it, so I might just play it for my own enjoyment and just not stream it. Because nobody watched. Okay. But yeah, play it! Play Silent Hill 3. Like, you already know essentially what's gonna happen. You know what the good ending is. What comes in? Oh, the game! Oh, because you had to order it and it had to ship. Right. Wait, weren't you also saying that you didn't have the North American version? So, like, you had to reorder it? Or something like that. That's exciting. Silent Hill 3 is my favorite of them all. I love Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 2 is a masterclass in horror, but I think Silent Hill 3 is the best out of the 3. But yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead, use the restroom, and then come back, and then we'll play some Silent Hill 3. And I guess you can leave and not get spoiled. But yeah, I mean, I'm always happy to see you come in, though. So, like, if any of you guys can't stay for the whole thing, that is fine. I am okay with that. Just any interaction at all is super appreciated. That's all. No, I'm the same way for a lot of things. So, yeah, I understand. Okay. So, we're gonna take a break, because I have to use the bathroom. Then I'm gonna boot up Silent Hill 3 and scream at it a lot because it's scary. So, yeah, I'll be right back, I promise. And I keep my promises. I'm back. Okay. Oh, I feel so crestfallen. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna explain how to find surface area by rotating a curve about the x-axis, and then realized, wait, I still don't remember how to do it. I'll figure it out though. In the meantime, we're gonna make my life miserable and give myself nightmares. Here we are. Here's that. Oh, yeah. I really should just give myself a desktop. A desktop shortcut. Oh no, I clicked the wrong thing. Uh, Bam! Okay. Oh, that's loud. There we go. I don't want it that loud because I like to be able to hear. Hey! And it's already like, oh, that's cool. And it's already focused on everything. Oh, because I bet you that I did the window capture for Axiom Verge. I get it. I get it. Yep, I understand. Cool. Okay, there's a little bit that we had to redo, but that's fine. We'll redo it, and we'll be okay. Everything will be okay. Also, I realize when I play games, my eyes are not looking up. Like, this is me looking, like, in Streamlabs. No, you don't. This is me looking, like, at the Streamlabs screen, and I'm looking at my avatar. And I'm also, like, really raising my eyebrows. But, like, when I'm actually looking down to play the game, I look like my eyes are just closed. Like, so, I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna look either high or asleep. But I'm not. I'm playing the game. I'm awake. I promise. I'm awake. And I am also now scared. So let's go. Although I shouldn't be as scared because we got the katana. And I can actually... Like, I'm not the best at melee combat. But with the katana, it swings pretty fast. And it does a pretty decent amount of damage. So... I'm able to do what I gotta do. Let's see. Yes, okay. So, we're going back to the interior design shop where the bathtub is. The sound is actually on, so the important sound clip that we're going to listen to will play, and you'll hear it. So, let's go. Oh, look, a bathtub. Let's try turning one of the spigots for no reason.
I knew it.
It's being invaded by the other world, by a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life.
So, if you watched me play the first Silent Hill, that's Harry Mason. Late in the game, when he's finally able to explain
Oh no.
to Sybil
Not again.
what's going on.
Did she do this too?
But why Heather had it play in her head, we don't know. But now we're in the delusion world, and it's a lot less pleasant. Oh, please don't have the spinning, flying mosquito monster things. Oh. Ooh. Look at that smile. They seem happy. Don't ask what that pulsating fleshy stuff is, though. I don't know. Okay, that's pretty gross. They're probably going to be monsters on the other side of this door, too, and I don't want to deal with them, but I'm gonna. Okay, it's really quiet. Oh no, that's a wheelchair and a teddy bear? Or a voodoo doll. But the handgun bullets... The mummy-like thing in the wheelchair is just a doll. Or is it... Something about it makes me uneasy. Why, I wonder? Why is there a wheelchair in this building? Or a doll, for that matter? Because again, this is an interior design shop. So why does it suddenly have a wheelchair with a mummified doll thing? Oh. Huh. Well, we can't attack at that thing. It might not even be alive. If anything in here counts as alive. I do not like the fact, though, that this is just hanging out in the open. Alright, now we probably have monsters. Ah! Ow! Alright, I guess I can't melee it. Which gun has a decent amount of bullets? Handgun, alright. Die. 3. No. Bad crawling monster. Reload. I hate things that crawl on the ground. Because there's literally nothing you can do about it, melee-wise. Unless you have a very slow weapon. And I don't like that. Okay, I don't hear anything scary. So... we got ourselves some mystical elevators. Wait, what the... what are these paintings? Oh. They're nothing. Except for... wait, what's about... Oh, that's nothing either. Okay. Where does this door lead? Nowhere. I wonder if the bathrooms are still blocked. Dang it. What if I needed to go, though? Inconsiderate game. I don't remember which door I walked out of. Not this one. Okay. That door I checked. This door with a giant blood stain on it, I did not check. Do I have a full clip? Yes, I do. Why does this room seem safe? I'm not a fan of that. Heather, what's like here? A save point, thank you. Oh. Oh, we're in the mental health clinic. Oh. This is a place where access was denied in the normal reality. So, interesting. There's something here. Find the Holy One. Kill her? And we're the Holy One. Or at least Heather is. That's me. Who could have taken this photo? That's really creepy. And that's saying something because we're phasing in and out of hell dimensions, so... Okay, the reception desk area isn't nothing. What? Huh? I don't know what kind of plant this is, but it's withering away, poor thing. Oh. She has empathy for a plant. Will this door work? Well, yes and no. This one does. Oh!
Heather. That's what you're called now, isn't it?
And who
Wait.
are you?
What do you mean now?
The name's Vincent. Don't forget it, okay? I'm on your side.
So you say. But how do I know you're not with her?
Her? You mean Claudia? Please don't lump me together with her. She was totally brainwashed by that crazy old hag. Well, I guess crazy old hag is a bit harsh. She is your mother, after all.
My mother? What do you mean?
You don't remember? So Harry didn't tell you anything. I guess he hid the truth to keep you on his side. Eh? That figures. He's a pretty sneaky guy.
Don't talk about my dad like that!
Sorry. I apologize. Please, calm down.
How do you know my father anyway?
I know everything. I know about your past, too.
Then tell me what's going on.
You don't know even that?
That's why I'm asking. If you know everything, then tell me how I can put an end to this.
Not yet. Why not enjoy yourself a bit longer?
Enjoy? I feel like I'm going crazy. Does this place get to you at all?
Oh, it gets to me, all right. I find it most fascinating. Wait! I'm not finished talking!
I knew you were on her side.
How do you figure?
There's something wrong with you, too.
So yeah. Right there, it's confirmed. Heather's father's name is Harry. Harry is the first name of the main protagonist in the first Silent Hill game. It's all about Harry trying to find his lost daughter after a car accident, so he's wandering around Silent Hill looking for her. Vincent said that, oh, this is what we're calling you now, when Heather mentions her name as Heather. Or something like that. Oxidol. Oh, okay, we can use this to light things on fire. Health drink, first aid kit, first aid kit. Cool. I am a wizard. Okay, so we know that Heather isn't necessarily her actual name. Although it might be the only name that she knows. But, like, if you looked at her birth certificate, it might not say Heather. Another thing is that Harry found out, and this is really weird, and you're going to have to, like, read up on the game. Harry found out that his daughter, a little 7-year-old girl, was actually half of the soul of an older girl who had been sacrificed to summon an evil god. But the sacrifice didn't work. So, la-di-da-di-da, the first game plays out. Harry eventually is able to save, well, quote-unquote save, the merged two girls. She still dies. What the? Yo! Yay! Kotai! What is up? Hello! Welcome! I know, right? Yeah. So, I put notifications and stuff like that up. It's pretty cool. But yeah, you guys caught me while I was explaining the link between Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. We just met Vincent, and in that cutscene, he essentially said, "Yo, you are Cheryl Mason." Or should they say, Alessa Gillespie? Dahlia Gillespie's daughter, the daughter that was sacrificed to summon a god. Cheryl was half of Alessa's soul, but then they remerged, and at the end of the game, in the best ending, the remerged Alessa creates another version of herself. The Impatiencer, good timing, exactly! She creates a different version of herself, another little baby girl, and then hands that off to Harry, because the original part of Alessa that he had adopted was gone, merged back to the original person. And so this is Heather. Heather is that new little baby that was given to Harry at the end of Silent Hill 1. But for some reason, Harry hasn't told Heather anything about it. At all. And now the cult that had sacrificed Heather's original incarnation is coming for her again. And Heather's trying to figure out why. But yeah, it's really cool. Hey, multitasking! That's awesome, I like that. So yeah. A lot of stuff going on. A lot of really complicated story muck. Indeed. He definitely is. Although he doesn't really need my help. He is rather bright. We'll get into that later. Also, it's really interesting that we meet Vincent in the mental health place, because I'm pretty sure that he's not a therapist. Or a psychiatrist. But, you know, weird stuff. Another funny thing is that Silent Hill 3 is actually the first game I played. I had... Yeah. Well... Kind of? Me too. I actually think Silent Hill 3 is the best. And it's my favorite. But yeah, like, Vincent's pretty messed up too. But there's a lot to it. I just realized, if you've seen anybody play Resident Evil 8, Vincent reminds me a lot of Heisenberg. Yeah. But I won't say much more than that. Okay, if that's a dog, I can fight it in melee. Okay, good. Good. Come and get me, you frickin' canine. How many of you are there? Son of a gun! Now there are 2 of them! Oh, you're already on the ground. Okay. Come back here! I'm not finished with you. Ow. I am so bad at countering their lunges. Okay. Dead. Come on, there's another dog. Come here. Come here, doggy. Come here. Alright, fine, I'll go to you. Come here. Where are you? Oh! Ho, ho! No, stay dead. Play dead. Good boy. Oh. Ow, that hurt. Okay. Now... There's one door I haven't tried, and I haven't tried the elevators. So, let's back up and go this way. Okay, so then the only thing left to do is try the elevators. Yep. Oh. Lovely. I love being in a chain link fence elevator. Don't you? Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yes, okay. This building had 6 stories, so we're not nothing weird. Oh, good. That's good. I mean, it's a good idea. Okay, there's a monster in here. Is it the crawling on the ground type? Or is it a dog? Oh! It's that. We're not going to walk any closer to that. Because I'm pretty sure that you can't kill it with any weapons that you have on you. And I don't want to test and see if it can kill me. So... Does this door open? It will, eventually. Okay. What about this door? Nope. And this one? Nope. And this one? Yes. Alright, someone's in here. Where are you? Oh! It's just an insane cancer. They're not that dangerous. They're fine. We're fine. Money's scattered all over, but I don't need the money. I don't know if I'll even trigger it if I walk nice and slow. Wait, no, the music changed. No, no, he's still lying down. On the job. For some reason, the only thing in the fridge is liver. Hope it's not rotten. Alright. All that's left is a red blood stain and one gosh awful bloody stench. Yo, what's up, Silent Hill? Everyone, the actual town of Silent Hill. The actual town of Silent Hill, everyone. Okay, is there anything on the table? No? There's a piece of ammunition right next to the really big blob. Okay, get the bullets and run! The katana is making melee combat in this third game actually possible. Because I do so bad otherwise. I guess the emergency staircase is the only other door I can try. Oh, come on! Why is there another... Oh, no, 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 that's... Monster? Yes, monster. Okay, can't use the stairs. So, we gotta go back to the elevator. Favorite as in, like, the way you fight them? Or in the way that you don't interact with them, like, you can just run away and they'll be fine? Or in the way of... they remind you of yourself, because it reminds me of myself. Just laying down as a blob. Oh, I get killed funny. Yeah. Alright, so we're on the 4th floor. Hello? Huh. Okay. I guess there aren't any monsters. The bulletin board's fallen down here. No, there's nothing useful written on it, though. Oh, that's a sheer drop. Whoopsies. She kicks pretty much everything. I guess that's an important door because it's highlighted in blue. Oh! Well, hi, hanging corpses. Nice. Where are we? Okay, so there's only one other door that I could try, and I'm facing it. Okay, so that one's locked as well. What about this one? Okay, so I can't do anything on this floor yet. There's the elevator. Okay, so floor 2 is... Really? I don't have a sense of time with just how my life is. So I'll take your word for it. Okay, my cat came out from under my bed, and I thought it was a monster, and I jumped. No. I'm doing... this. This is it. This is all I got. I can't really keep up with online courses, because of my health stuff. So, yeah. And also, I can't wait for the 4th, let's say my fam likes loads of fireworks. Ah! Nothing more patriotic than blowing up a piece of the country you live in. Okay, so I got this other elevator. I think this is the only door on this floor that I can interact with. So let's do it. What is that? What is that? If that's a monster that crawls on the ground, I'm not gonna... Ah, it is! I'm still gonna pistol it, so... 2, 3... Let me kick you. You son of a gun! You tricked me! Okay. Shut up! Wait. Alright, that's not fair. That's not fair! I need to reload! Ah! I hate these guys! I hate them! Okay. Oh. Shut your mouth. Oh. It's not that. I think that one of the monsters just wasn't in the cone. Oh, reload. I hate those things with a passion. They stink. Why did they have to exist? Like, stand up like a normal monster. that was somebody's stomach. Okay, checking. Uh-oh. Well, that's nice. Bullets. That's not nice. It's not a solid wall. Okay. I would love the bullets. Alright, I just got 20 bullets. Very nice. Oh, matches. Okay, no more cigarettes for me. I quit for good. I forgot that detail. I didn't know she smoked. Huh. Okay. I feel super vulnerable in this room, so I'm gonna leave it. Ooh. So I got 2 doors on the right. Let's check them. Uh-oh. Ah, dick! It's alright. I just shot at nothing. It's okay. Ah! Don't touch me. Alright, and there's no door there, so it's just a room just to scare you. And make you waste ammo. Okay. What about this door? Nope, can't open that. Why did I hear dogs? When you see a spider. Oh, hey, look at that. Wheelchair. Nice. Okay, I can't open that door. Okay. So... turning this way. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, I'm not even... love it when they attack you. Oh, thanks. I love it too. Okay, so we're on the other side of the gap. Okay, door straight ahead, doesn't connect to anything else. Oh, what kind of delicious horrors await me here? Oh, a save point. And my cat walking in front of my monitor and knocking my camera. Cool. Very good. Alright. Oh, and this is the painting that we need to burn. Because we read the caption on that already. And it's a lady with long dark hair being burned alive. There's a caption under the picture. Flame purifies all. By these remains may a person find the road to paradise. I've seen this picture before. No, wait. I've never seen it. But I do know it somehow. Yeah, well, Alessa has not only seen it, she experienced that. Because she was the one that was burnt alive. But the ritual failed, and also she didn't die. But her burns never got better. This was in the cafe's fridge. Got to do something with it before it goes bad. And oxydol. You use this to disinfect cuts and stuff. It foams when you put it on. So, you got something that foams when you put it on flesh. We have flesh. And we have matches. What if I do this? And I think that's another door. I think. Or is it just a cabinet? No, it's a door. Look at that smiling face. That's some good teeth. Real nice. Okay. There are other doors in here. Let's try this door. Okay, doesn't work. What about this one? Doesn't work. Alright, I'm gonna save one more time. Okay. Sorry, I got hypnotized by that. Oh, documents. What are these papers? The priestess accepted the king's request and went to the village gates. But when she saw the monster, she tried to convince it with words instead of killing it. Shut up, you! I'm going to eat you up! The monster didn't listen to a word the priestess said. But she kept trying to convince the monster to give up. It's wrong to eat people, you know. The monster grew very angry at this and attacked her, killing her with a single mighty blow. No beginning and no ending. I really didn't understand that story. It's probably just some pages torn out from the middle of a book. I don't know, we already ran into the monster in front of the door, and I'm very happy that I did get close to it. So, we're on the 3rd floor. That's interesting. Did I miss anything on the 4th, though? Taking a look. No. I haven't tried going to the 6th one, though. Hope I don't miss anything! Ah, there you are. Heather, shoot the thing. Ah, it's the other one. Hey, no. Ah, how many are there? Perish! Okay, reload while they're far away. Reload. Alright, he's gonna get back up. I don't like that. Reload. Oh gosh, why did I miss? Why did I miss there? Okay, I can use the handgun now because there's only one of them. Oh, and that's good because now I have no more shotgun bullets. Four. And kick him for good measure. Oh. Hey, they never hit me. That's an improvement. And I still have 29 handgun bullets, so that's not too bad. At least I'll just tell myself that so that I don't feel bad. Okay, so we got a door there. Big empty room. Let's see what happens. Nothing. What about the door on my left? Okay, so enclosed space. Wait, hold on. Oh. And how about this door? Uh-oh. I don't like this at all. There's a first aid kit on the other side of the chain link fence. Problem is, I don't know if it's safe to go try and get it. Ah, well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. There's something under the bed. There is something under the bed. I saw that. I know. You can't trick me, game. You got somebody under the bed. Yep! I knew it! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I didn't get that damage, though. So, I actually got a net gain, because I got a first aid kit for 10 bullets, and then I got the 10 bullets back. Okay. Alright, not that bad of a trade. I love the decor. I also bet that this door will work. Is there another door that I didn't try, though? Ah, yes, I didn't unlock a door. Right here. Cool. So I unlocked that door. This one will definitely work. Please, not a cluster of monsters. Okay, I hear one. Alright, there aren't that many doors here. There's one directly in front of my face. So, I hear you, and I don't see you. Alright. It's quite possible that they're locked in this other side. And so they're just there to scare the crap out of me. Oh no, what's that noise? Oh, hi. 2, 3, 2, 3. 1, 2. And you're dead. Hey, that was only 9. Not bad. And he never got a chance to hit me either, so that's beautiful. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Gold medal. Why am I hearing a dog? I guess the dog is in that chained up room. So I'm safe. What about this door? Yep, that works. Okay. No monsters. We got a desk. Oh, with a lot of coins. Okay. Of course, it's not like money might not come in handy, and it goes without saying that it would be nice to have. But I think I'll pass on it anyway. Yeah. Hey guys, look. The writing's on the wall. So we got the silver coin. There's literal writing on the wall. Oh, and there's a vending machine. Oh, and then we can probably put the silver coin in the vending machine. I understand. Something written on the wall. Thus one's life return. Oh, okay. Blah blah blah. Thus one's life turns to riches. What was a bag of silver coins is now the number in a book. Yet faith hath no price. But do people know this? No. Can I interact with the vending machine? Just a plain old vending machine. This one is selling canned drinks. Come to think of it, I am kind of thirsty. I'd feel weird drinking anything sold in a place like this, though. What's the worst that could happen? Death. Life insurance key. That's pretty cool. Got a key, and we are done with this room. Matter of fact, we're done with this floor. I don't think I can get to the 3rd floor. Matter of fact, I'm fairly certain I cannot. 2nd floor, we were already there. 1st floor, there was one door that I couldn't open, and it's on the 1st floor, and that's where the life insurance company is. Okay. It looks like I've been everywhere on the 5th floor. I haven't tried to get to the 6th floor, though. Jeez Louise. Where are you? Ah, he's running! Oh, come on, I walked past you, you jerk. No, don't touch me. Ah! Okay, they did hurt. They just knocked me over. Yeah, you laugh. Oh man, I hate it. Okay. Ella later. Yep, we're getting out of here. Okay. We're gonna try the 6th floor, although I don't think that button will work. Yep. Alright. 1st floor it is. Alright, I hear the door monster, which is right there. Which door was it? Oh, I'm facing the wrong way. Gotta turn around. Woo! So I used life insurance key. What kind of battle awaits me? Okay, that's a crawly. It sounds like they're behind me, though, so that's nice. Okay, so let's try this door. Nothing. That door, nothing. Oh, I don't want to have to do these, like, a long L corridor. That's not fun. Okay. Wait, is that a piece of paper on the ground that I can interact with? Or is it like a mattress? Nope. Never mind. It's nothing. Quickly touch the door. Okay, that doesn't work. They're loudly chowing down. Okay. If I had a grenade, I'd use it. Steel pipe. Creepy katana. I know the mall can hit things on the ground. So... Okay, I found a use for them all. Stationary things that are on the ground. Oh. Okay. I hope killing them doesn't make a worse thing pop up. Because that would suck. And that's a lot of blood. Oh, fleshy. Ooh, what is that? This is the end of that crappy fairy tale I found. The king and his people shed tears at the death of the kind priestess. God took pity on them, and granting their wishes, healed the priestess. The priestess opened her eyes just as she had done, every morning of her life. She went once more to the monster's lair. Fool! You wish to die again. No. This time it's your turn. The priestess had come to defeat the monster once and for all. As the priestess was very, very kind, she felt sad about this task, but it had to be done. Swords and spears won't work. Arrows and bullets will just bounce off. You can't kill me, the monster laughed. But the priestess used neither sword nor spear. She chanted but a single spell. Tu fui, ego eris. Do you know what happened then? The monster let out a huge cry, and then died and vanished. Alright, EA. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for hopping by. Have a good night. Thus the Oh, I just realized I think the camera isn't really looking at me, but that's fine. Never mind. My model looks okay. La 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 la. I'm fine. Okay. Thus the villagers were able to use their gates once more. Everyone lavished their gratitude upon the priestess, and they all lived happily ever after.
Tu fui, ego eris. Weird writing.
It's Latin.
What was that?
I think it means you go, therefore I something. I don't know. Anything else cool in here? No? Tu fui ergo eris. Also, I forgot which door it is to get out. I walked right past it. Okay. Second floor has a save point. And voila, monster gone. Just like magic, because it was magic. Also, what are you looking at? There's a book on the ground. It's the first part of the fairy tale. Let me try rereading it in the right order this time. Once upon a time, there was a monster living at the gates of a village. It was a very scary and very bad monster. It would catch people and crunch them up with its big teeth. The villagers were afraid of the monster, and no one would dare approach the gates. Everyone was stuck inside the village. When the king heard about this, he summoned his knights. The knights eagerly rode out to defeat the monster. Ha! Take that! Their swords slashed and their spears flashed. But the monster wouldn't die. The monster tossed the knights into its mouth, and one by one, tossed the knights into its mouth one by one, horses and all. What was the king to do? He fretted and fussed and paced the floor, but could think of no solution. Soon after, the village priestess came to the castle. She was a very kind and good person. The king asked her to defeat the monster guarding the gates. This first part, I'm sure I've read this before somewhere. But I feel like that's the first time I've ever read that ending. Oh well, whatever. No time for me to worry about that. I just want to get home already. No kidding. Okay. Wait, so that elevator doesn't work. And I can't get to that elevator. Okay, hopefully there is a save point outside this door, because if not, I'm gonna be sad. And now I'm blind. Oh. Okay. Nice and pleasant. It's a sign for a cafe. Oh, that's the one I was just in. Oh. That's interesting. Okay, can't click on any of that. Whoa, my home, my dad. I hope he's okay. He must be. Hold on. My apartment is the other. I hate how I just instinctively click as fast as I can on something. Oh well. Okay. I am looking for goodies, but I'm also looking for a save point because I want to save. Please and thank you are the magic words. Can I open the doors? Nope. Nope. I don't have anything else to do in this building. I have to get home. You're darn right. Oh, police car. Be nice if there was any police in this part of town instead of being utterly alone. Okay. Well, there's nothing here. So I guess I'm gonna run down the street. Huh. Wait. Why is there a divider here too? The path is blocked. Oh, come on. I don't want to have to go through another spooky alley. Come on. Please be nice to me. Especially since I haven't saved. What is going? Oh, come on. Let me out of this place. No. Okay, obvious door is obvious. Alright, and this part is nothing. Okay. If I go inside this door, am I gonna have to find a save point? Wait, hold on, what does that say? Daisy... something. Apartments! This must be it. This is Heather's home. I don't see a save point though, and this is making me very sad. Okay, so we got laundry. Hold on. I don't know whose stuff this is, but I think I'll leave it alone. Just a dust chute, nothing to worry about. Okay, so that door is obvious. Spooky hallway is spooky. Also, this map is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Thank the gods. That's like having someone spit on your sacred place. Looking at that makes my head hurt. What does it mean? Oh. Mailboxes. The mailbox is empty. Alright. Okay, another obvious door. That's not my place. But this is my place. Why should I leave the apartment? Oh, that's the exit to the apartment building, and I'm at the entrance. Okay, I understand the layout. That's not my place. That door that was really obvious was probably our place. Not my place. Not my place. So, like, right there. Not my place. Okay. Over here. This is the stairway. I don't need that. My apartment number is 102 on the ground floor. Which we're heading towards. Elevator probably doesn't work. I don't need to use the elevator. Okay, cool. So, I'm not gonna miss anything. And her house. Yes, because I was all the way down there. Her place is right here. Yo, Dad, look at this cool katana I got. Dad?
Dad, I'm home. Listen, something really crazy's going on. I think we should... Dad? Dad?
She went outside.
Did you do this?
You're late.
But why? Why?
Revenge for 17 years ago, for one thing. If not for him, our dream would have come true. And then he took you away from us.
I'll get you for this!
There is another reason. To fill your heart with hatred. It must be this way. One day you'll understand why.
No, I'll never understand!
You must try to remember me, and your true self as well. You will birth a god, and build an eternal paradise.
Or I can kill you.
He's the one who killed your father. I merely gave the order. So, what will you do? I'll be waiting where all begins. In the town of Silent Hill.
I don't like this boss fight. Oh no. Okay. So, this monster? I'm pretty sure he's one of the bullcrap ones that can block bullets with his two swords. So, shooting at him, I don't think is gonna work. Alright, come here. Oh. Oh, wait, no. So he takes a stab, but then he runs like a little goo. Okay. Oh, wow, that stab really hurt. Okay, okay, okay. I guess I don't really have a choice. Why? Heather. Yep. Alright, I just can't... I can't shoot him. Reload. But then, how do I fight him? Ow! He poked me right in my eye! What a jerk! Okay. Okay. Crap. Oh, hey! No, 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 no. No. Also... Okay. I didn't know he would flail around like that. That hurt a lot. Oh, never mind. It didn't actually hurt that much. Woo! Hey! Alright. And, great, I missed. I'm good. I'm so good at this. Ow. Okay. Come on, bud. Come here. Come here. Come here. Woo! Well, fine. Okay. I thought I could just back up, and I was wrong. Crap. Oh, crap! It's almost like we're both using the exact same tactic to fight each other. Most epic anime fights. Lie down. Stay down. No. Why? Oh. I got him! Oh my gosh, I got him on the first try, too. I didn't fight him well, but I got him!
I don't know what to say.
Then don't say anything. I'm fine, so just get out of here and leave me alone already!
Calm down. I just...
Calm down? How father is dead! He's murdered! Get out! This is all your fault. If it weren't for you,
I'm sorry.
then go!
If it'll make you feel better, I will. Is he okay like this?
What else can I do? There's no one here to give him a decent burial. I'm sorry, Dad.
What do you do now?
I'm going to Silent Hill.
What's in Silent Hill?
I don't know.
Do you think it's safe?
Of course it isn't. I don't know what kind of hell is waiting for me there, but I've got no other choice. I don't care about God or paradise. If that's what she believes, then fine. But she won't get away with what she did. When I find her, I'll kill her myself.
Revenge doesn't solve anything.
Maybe not, but that's what I'm going to do.
How are you gonna get there?
None of your business.
I'll give you a ride.
I don't need your help.
Yeah, but it's too far to walk. Besides, I'm partly responsible for this. I'll bring the car around back. Come by when you finish saying goodbye.
You know, you might die too.
That's fine. Nobody's gonna cry over my grave.
That's a happy thing to say. I know Heather has a permanent blood stain on her vest, which is a cool detail. There's nothing odd about the TV or the VCR. Dad's bookshelf, there's nothing unusual about that. Telephone! But it has a wireless answering machine next to it. That's funny the telephone looks that awful. Nothing in the closet, nothing to do here. That is so sad. I'll find that woman and make her pay. I promise I will. I wonder if my dad would be mad at me for thinking that way. I mean, he was involved in killing your mom, so, you know. It's fine. It's fine. You're fine. Nope. Okay. Bathroom. What's going on here? Why is the bathroom open? Why is the bathroom open? Why can I walk in? What's going on? Well, Harry, it was fun playing you in the first game. Now let's go get the creeps that killed you. I don't have a map of this area. Of course I don't. we'll walk around with a katana. Before we go, though, we have the family katana. So, we'll use this to finish it all. Wait, hold on, what? Just usual detective novels. My dad loved them. Huh. Okay, there's no need to go back to the roof. That monster is dead now. Besides, Douglas is waiting outside. Just an old TV. Nothing different about it. What about the pictures? Photos and pictures. They're not particularly meaningful. What about over here? We got a lamp and a red phone. Not the police or the church. What about the kitchen? Anything good in here? Ah, yeah, I have the flashlight. Wait, hold on, what? I'm not hungry at all. Who could eat something at a situation like this? Hey, you gotta fuel your body if you want to go get revenge. Yo, what's up, Brandon? Nothing to do in the kitchen. Not hungry at all. Okay. And that's the chair where Harry died. Dad. Why'd you have to die? You told me you were the strongest man in the world. Liar. That sucks. Oh, this is her bedroom. What is here? Can't sleep staying up for a while. Well, stun gun battery. Stun gun battery. This is my dresser. I don't need to change. I'll leave it alone. Morning always comes. It's corny, but it's true. But if your eyes are closed, it always feels like night. That's the hero's line from this movie. I always liked that line, but now it just seems stupid. I'm exhausted, but I don't think I can sleep. Besides, Douglas should be waiting for me outside. Okay, got your dresser. I don't remember exactly when, but I think I got this doll at a garage sale. I still like it, but there's nothing I can do with it right now. What kinds of stuff was she into? Like, what's on the wall? Flowers. Flowers and leaves. That's interesting because Alessa was really into butterflies. So Heather had a little bit of a different life. Okay. What a pouch. A bathroom. Okay. I completely forgot about the stun gun. That's interesting. Examine. My worrywart dad gave this to me just in case. I don't usually carry it with me because it's bulky and it gets in the way. It has to touch him though, so it's very short range. Okay. I'm glad I checked that room though, because now we have a stun gun, which is nice. Okay, so this is Heather's apartment, and we're never going to see this place ever again. I don't need to be here. Besides, there's no one around. Okay, so we just need to go through the exit. Which is right there. And with that, we say goodbye to Harry Mason and his body.
I just met some guy named Vincent.
Vincent?
He's a friend of yours, right?
I wouldn't say friend.
I'm not sure.
He said when we get to Silent Hill to look for a guy named Leonard. And he gave me this map. What do you want to do?
We can't trust him, but we've got no other choice.
Here, take this too.
What's this?
Your father was holding it.
You know, I could go for another hour. Not with Silent Hill, though.
Started raining. Are you sleeping?
I'm awake.
You cold? What's the deal with Silent Hill anyway? It used to be a nice, quiet little town. But now,
You've been there?
once, on a missing persons case. Never did find him. But I'll tell you, that's one screwed up town. My line of work, you hear a lot of nasty rumors.
I was born and raised there.
Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
No offense taken.
When she says I, though,
Anyway,
which
I thought you
I?
grew up in Portland. What's wrong? Feeling sick?
My head's pounding like the worst hangover ever.
Maybe your car's sick.
No. I'm just trying to remember. My childhood. Something terrible happened in Silent Hill 17 years ago. A woman named Dahlia. She tried to summon the ancient god of the town. She offered up her very own daughter.
Which was you.
Crazy.
Maybe so, but it worked. The girl gave birth to a god. You see, that girl had special powers.
Powers?
Her classmates called her a witch. She could make things happen with her mind. She could kill people just by wishing for it. But in the end, that god was killed by a single person. My father, Harry Mason. I guess it wasn't much of a god if it could be killed by a human being. But I think Claudia's trying to do the same thing again. And I've been chosen as the sacrifice.
got some kind of power in you too?
After the god was killed, the girl reappeared. She was holding a baby in her arms. Before she died, she gave the baby to my father.
Tether.
He loved me just like I was his very own daughter. Even though he didn't know who or what I was. It was so sudden. I never had a chance to tell you how happy you made me.
I'm gonna head for that Leonard guy's house. You check out the hospital. You got the map, right?
Yeah,
You gonna be okay alone?
I'm not a child, you know. Are you sure it's not you who's afraid to be alone?
You're right. I am afraid. I'm 50-something years old. I never seen nothing like this. I still feel like I'm dreaming.
More like a nightmare, I'd say.
Yeah. I want to wake up and have a smoke already.
Oh, is
Meet
it
me
still
back
low?
here when you're finished looking around the hospital. Okay?
Roger.
Because they did turn it up. How's that? Is that better? Well, and then the music goes away. It's hard to get the sound right with this game. Because I can't control the volume in the game. Huh. Oh well. That was some really important stuff that just happened. That's the bathroom, but I don't need to use it right now. And there's a save point right in front of my face. Gonna head for the hospital. Okay. So let's save. That's gotta be a coincidence. But still, that's pretty weird. Who could have done this? I don't know. Okay. So that's everything for Silent Hill. I think I'm gonna play some more StarCraft. Because I want to. So I'm gonna do that until, I guess, maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock. So I'll play against the computer 2 times. Practicing my Terran v Zerg game. So I can put the volume back up to normal. Okay, we got that. Gonna edit the game. Come on. No, not Silent Hill. StarCraft Remastered. There we are. Boop. Okay, I don't need the controller anymore. So put that here. Cool. Okay, model's still good. Everything's good. Okay, so gotta turn on BattleNet. Okay. Hopefully I won't start dropping frames. I lowered the video quality of the game by a lot. So hopefully it's not gonna make things crash and stuff. I hope. Okay, now let's take a look at the stream. And yes, it's not seeing it. So, properties. And there we are. Done. Still a black screen. What about now? Still a black screen. Is it still black? Why is it still a black screen? What is going on? Come on. Okay. So then we'll do another one. There. Ah, there it is. Okay. Alright. We got it. We're good, we're good. Okay. And a center. Okay. So. What? What? Wait, so is my volume, is my voice really loud? Alright, I'll lower my voice a little bit. Okay. Okay, not that. There we go. Okay. So, we're gonna play some custom. Let's see. Current ranked. Circuit Breaker. Yep, that's the map that I really like. Closed. Terran v Zerg. And we go. Alright, that was a decent split. I could have done better, but you know. Such is life. Stop! My mouse is attacking my cat. Stop! Is attacking my mouse. This is not good.
Not enough minerals.
No. Leave my mouse alone. What did it do to you? No.
SCV, good to go, sir.
When in doubt, put a leg on top of your pet.
Right away, sir.
Do.
Not enough minerals.
Okay. So we'll take this guy.
Right away, sir.
Take a little trip north.
Not enough minerals.
Boom.
Not enough
Boom, boom,
minerals.
boom.
Not enough minerals.
Right there. Okay, good.
SCP good to go, sir.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Alright, and we don't have to get any Vespian gas for a while. Because against Zerg, you just want to get a bunch of
Not
barracks
enough minerals.
up and running. Although...
Good to go, sir. Affirmative.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Orders received.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. That's okay.
Reporting for duty. Job finished right away,
Okay,
sir.
go scout. Build a
Not
barracks.
enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough
SCP good to go,
minerals.
sir.
We'll put the thingy there. Put you there. Oh.
Not enough minerals.
I read you.
Okay,
SCP good to go, sir. Right away, sir.
just keep filling up production. I don't think I need to build... Oh, Hey, I found him!
For duty. Affirmative. SCP good to go, sir.
He doesn't have gas. He's rushing me. That's awesome.
Affirmative.
Good. You're gonna see me defend a Zerg rush. Very good.
Reporting
Okay.
for duty. Roger that.
No, don't build a supply depot there yet.
I read
Boom,
you.
boom. Alright. Build a marine, and then build another supply depot, like right there.
SCP good to go, sir.
Okay. Build a supply depot here. Build a marine.
You want a piece of me, boy? Right away, sir.
Ba-doom, ba-doom.
Commander, outstanding.
Ba-doom, da-doom, da-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom. Ba-doom, 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 ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Alright. So,
Orders, Captain. Job
while we are making marines, we are going to save up to make a command center.
reporting for duty.
Where are the holes in my defenses?
Roger that.
Right there, that's a big hole. Okay.
SCP good to go, sir. Roger that.
Okay, get back to work.
Piece of me, boy.
Alright, I won't get supply blocked for a while.
SCP good to go, sir. Orders, Captain.
Oh, I know what I should have done from the very beginning. Oh. No wonder it felt wrong.
Orders, Captain. I read you.
You make a complete wall
For duty.
with a command center. Right. I don't know how I... Okay.
Not
I
enough
understand what I'm doing
minerals.
now. It's all it's coming back. Coming back to me
Not
now.
enough minerals.
I'm remembering.
SCP good to go,
Not
sir.
enough
Okay,
minerals.
you.
Not enough minerals.
So, after you build your barracks, you build a command center.
Not enough minerals.
Because Zerg
SCP
is usually played very economically greedy.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
So they will start building a new base before they even start building an army. So it gives you a chance to start building a secondary base yourself.
SCP good to go, sir.
And because you are Terran,
Orders received.
your buildings can pick up and fly somewhere else.
Orders received.
So you can completely wall yourself in with your own secondary expansion and be okay. So yeah.
SCP good to go, sir.
Neato
Not
speed
enough
O.
minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Ba-da-dum-bum. Ba-da-dum-bum-bum. Alright. When that guy finishes, I'm gonna send him scouting.
SCV good to go, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Job's finished. I read you.
Alright. Go scout.
SCV good to go, sir.
Okay. Run like heck.
Roger that.
Build barracks.
Not enough minerals.
Right there. And then when he finishes that barracks, I should have the money
SCV good to go, sir. Orders
to
received.
build a command center. We'll see, though. I don't know for sure.
SCV good to go, sir.
Aha!
Yes,
I
sir.
found them again!
Orders received. Affirmative.
Any gas? Nope, they're rushing me. Nice.
Affirmative. SCV good to go, sir.
Okay,
Reporting for duty.
now. I don't want to get supply blocked, but I also want to make sure that I can start building a command center as soon as this building finishes.
Affirmative.
So... Good news is we're at 300, almost 400,
Orders, Captain.
and we need 400, so... Cool.
Not enough minerals.
We'll be good. We're gonna be good.
Not enough
Things are
minerals.
working out.
SCV good to
Yeah,
go, sir.
there we go. Good.
Reporting for duty.
And I have enough to build another one of these guys.
Orders, Captain. Affirmative. Orders received.
Yep. And now I have the money to start building these guys. Fantastic. Okay.
SCV good to go.
Oh, and I'm supply blocked.
Yes, sir.
That's really stupid of me.
Affirmative.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Want a piece of me, boy? Yes, sir.
Yeah, this
Roger
is
that.
bad.
Right away, sir.
Good news is, I have essentially a hard wall in,
Yes,
so...
sir. Roger that.
Okay.
Orders, Captain.
I think now is the time to get gas. Alright, when that supply depot is done...
Additional supply depots require not enough minerals.
Reporting for
Okay.
duty. Affirmative.
Build an academy.
Not enough minerals.
An academy.
SCV good to go, sir.
Build
Not
academy.
enough minerals.
Come on.
Not enough
Come on, money.
minerals.
Yay, money. Okay. More marines. Another one of these guys.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir. Affirmative.
Sweet, and this thing's done too. Awesome. Although I am being Zerg rushed, so I'll build a supply depot right there.
I read you. Orders, Captain.
Eh.
Not enough minerals.
I read you. Jacked up and good to go. SCV good to go, sir. I read you.
Go.
Reporting for duty.
I probably should have had at least 2 dudes taking gas.
Job's finished. SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Job's finished. Reporting for duty.
Also, I'm kind of wondering where that Zerg rush is,
Roger that.
because I was half expecting it by now.
SCV good to go, sir.
Attack range.
Insufficient for speed gas.
Come on.
Yes, sir.
Supply depot. Yeah, there we go.
Not enough minerals.
Hey. Okay, good.
SCV good to go, sir.
Alright. Got Marine. That dude. We're getting longer Marine range. That is nice. Da-da-da-dum. Da-da-dum. Da-da-dum. Okay, good, good. And now I don't need as many. Right. I feel pretty confident that I have enough Marines to defend the base. So let's build another command center. Okay. And build an eBay, and then another eBay. More Marines. Build an eBay. Yeah, right there. Woohoo!
Not enough minerals.
And another
Not
eBay.
enough minerals.
You have enough minerals. You've not enough
Not
minerals.
enough minerals. Upgrade complete.
Oopsies, I built a couple too many. Okay. We'll take some of these guys, put them down there, because I feel pretty safe. He never started construction. I feel so bad. Eh. Eh. Okay. And now it is time to build more barracks. Okay.
Not enough minerals.
Coming up on being supply blocked.
Not enough minerals.
I need a factory. Put that down. Wait,
Not enough minerals.
why don't you build the factory? Okay, now, build a factory, please. I'm begging you. Alright. Get some armor.
Not enough minerals.
Okay. Make sure to keep building more Marines. Eh. Build another supply depot. Because supply blocking is the worst thing that you can do. Oh, yeah. Okay, go there. Good. Alright. We're actually in a good place right now. Awesome. Alright. You. Good. Build. Supply depot. Uh-oh. I had all those guys just standing there not doing anything. Oh, that's a little embarrassing. Yeah. Okay. You. And you. Build another command center.
Not enough minerals. Ooh. Build spaceport. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Okay. Okay, supply depots. Put them down. Okay. Oh, and it's there. You arrive. Awesome. Okay. You guys go there. And you guys go there. Build some more. Eh. Okay. Marine. Eh. Marine. Go do some more guarding. Okay. And now, really start building the Marine barracks. Like crazy. Build a science facility.
Not enough minerals.
Okay. I guess right there. Marines.
Not enough minerals.
Ba-da-da-ba-da. Okay. Okay, that finished, so this can go there. Build another one. Build more Marines.
Add-on complete.
And more. Awesome. Science vessel will be
Upgrade complete.
ready in just a minute. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. There. There. Marines, 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 Marines. Dudes. Dudes. What the heck? Why aren't you doing anything? Okay. Science vessel,
Upgrade complete.
physics lab. Okay, good. Build. 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 Marines. Marines, Marines, Marines.
Not
Marines.
enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Okay, get
Not
another
enough
Rex.
minerals.
Now we can build another one. There. Am I gonna supply block? No, I'm not. So, splendid.
Add-on complete.
Ooh, and I can get tier 2
Not enough
upgrades.
minerals.
Very nice. I probably should have gotten gas. Oopsies. Alright, dudes. Over here. Boom. Boom. And... Eh. Eh. Okay. And now that I have a science vessel, I can attack. Oh shoot, Always make sure to spend your money. Always, always, always. You do not want your money to start building up, because that means you're not using your resources like the way you should. Okay. So we can build another one there. We can build another one there. Another one there. Build another one. Those are good. Nope. Build supply depot so that we never get supply blocked ever again. Go.
Your forces are under attack.
Perfect! Go. Go, go, go. Okay. Spend
Forces are under
the money.
Not enough minerals.
Awesome. Okay. Wait, what the? No. 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 Bad.
Base is under attack.
No attacking probes. That's detention.
Your forces are under attack.
Oh. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. Took care of that. I never built gas. Up here. Nope, build a command center. Thank you.
Forces are under attack.
And send some here. And send some of these guys there. Just follow somebody. I don't care.
Your forces are under
Build
attack.
supply depot. Build a supply depot. Okay. Spend my money.
Your forces are under attack.
Build another racks. Because why not? Okay, you there, and you here. Go ahead and take all the gas. Because I literally have no reason not to. Okay. So, it looks like we're looking pretty good. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Okay. And more. Go, go, go. Okay. Another upgrade. Purchased. Over there. Go, go, go. Don't just sit doing nothing. That's not helpful.
Your forces are under
Okay.
attack. Upgrade complete.
Okay, and then we'll get tier 3. And the game's over. Okay. Hey! Wow! Lapse time, 18 minutes, essentially. Okay, that's not bad. I'm getting back into the hang of it. Nice. Okay, now it's time for the more complicated build. That's versus the Protoss. So the Protoss is when you get gas. Oh, stop it. Wow, this split was bad. Oh well.
Not enough minerals.
I know. Okay.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Now, I don't remember if I get gas at 12 supply or 13.
Not enough
And when I say
minerals.
supply, that means the number, the numerator of this fraction. So right now it says 6. So now it says 7. When that number says 8, that means you should build the supply depot. So now that it's at 8, you know that you need to move... Uh-oh, I went the wrong direction. I'm in the top left corner. I thought I was in, like, bottom right. Eh. Yeah, I guess I'll build there. Oh, I never made you do anything. Excuse me. Alright. When this guy finishes, I'm going to send him to build the barracks. I'm going to take this guy and go scout. So you finished. Come down here.
Not enough minerals.
Build the
Not
barracks.
enough minerals.
For favor.
Not enough minerals.
And I think it's 12 supply. Yeah. 12 supply, you build your refinery.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Yep.
Not enough minerals.
Come on.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Maybe it was 13.
Not enough minerals.
Yeah, it probably was 13 supply. Alright. No one there, so next corner. Okay, here. I want to say that I need to immediately send
Roger that.
3 on a gas.
SCV good to go, sir.
Yeah.
Orders, Captain. Job finished.
Okay, now wall off. And build a marine.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain.
Okay,
Reporting for duty.
so now I can build a factory. Nope.
You want a piece of me,
No,
boy?
VF.
Not enough minerals. Not
SCV
enough
good to go,
minerals.
sir.
Build that factory. Come on now.
Your forces are under attack. Minerals.
And I found the Protoss.
Not enough minerals.
Cool.
Orders, Captain.
Not enough minerals.
Job
Okay.
finished. Shoot.
You, here, hold position.
Reporting for duty.
Okay.
SCV good to go, sir. Roger that.
You'll be the one that builds,
Roger that.
expands,
Yes, sir.
and you'll go up there. Cool.
SCV good to go, sir. Right away, sir.
Alright.
I read you.
We want to build our expand as soon as we can.
SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty.
I'm not sure how long I can delay getting a supply depot, though.
Orders, Captain.
Not enough minerals.
We'll see.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
Alright, so we got that. That's good.
Not enough minerals.
That's about done.
Job finished.
I need this now, though.
Reporting for duty.
Alright.
Right away,
Send you
sir.
over here to build the supply depot. And yes.
SCV
Okay.
good to go, sir. Right away, sir.
Not perfect, but I think we're doing okay. Also, I have a stupidly high amount of gas,
Add-on
and I think
complete.
that's a mistake.
Go, sir.
Oopsies.
Yes, sir.
Okay, come on, supply depot.
Job finished. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Not enough minerals.
Oh, why did I
SCV
right click?
good to go, sir. Roger
Okay,
that.
got that. Good. Save up a bit.
SCV good to go, sir.
Okay, build a tank, build an SCV.
Yes, sir. Ready to roll out.
Oh no!
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not
SCV
enough
good to go,
minerals.
sir.
Not enough minerals.
Not that hard.
Job finished. Orders, Captain.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
You don't understand. I'm trying to impress people and not, like, fart. Yeah, I made a serious blunder.
Roger that.
I was supposed to research, sieging technology while I also started building my first tank, and I didn't. So, I'm incredibly vulnerable to him running up and punching me in the face.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain.
Research complete.
Okay. It doesn't look like the Protoss is deciding to rush me, though,
SCV good to go, sir.
which is
Not enough minerals.
really interesting. I don't know why. So,
SCV good to go, sir.
we'll
Reporting for duty.
take a little bit of a risk. have these tanks migrate down.
Enough minerals.
Okay, you siege. You siege. And yeah, you siege right there too. Okay, cool.
Not enough minerals.
Boom.
Not enough minerals.
Boom. Right. Go. All of you can go. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. No! No, protect the tanks! Protect the tanks! No!
Your forces are under attack.
Alright, I just lost.
Reporting for duty. Can I read you?
Yeah.
Can I read you? Yes, sir.
Good, cool. So I'm not going to build gas until 13 supply.
Not enough minerals.
Eh.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
Alright, you there. Okay, I'm in the top right corner, so I need to
Not enough minerals.
move the dude that's building right now down that way.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders received. Affirmative. Roger that. Right away, sir.
Oh, here you are.
Orders received.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough
Boom.
minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
Okay,
Roger that.
up there.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
The early game is almost deceptively relaxing.
Can I read you? I'm finished.
Right.
Right away, sir.
Because there isn't that much to do.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders received.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
And there.
SCV
Not
good to
enough
go, sir.
minerals.
Okay, so we're at 12 supply. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-do-do-do. And now I'm at 13 supply, and it makes sense to build here because I have the money. Feels good, works well. That's exactly what I was supposed to do. So, nice.
SCV good to go, sir.
Okay, no one there.
Roger that.
Go looking.
SCV good to go, sir. Affirmative.
Now, I'm not sure.
Reporting for duty. SCV
Oh yeah, Marine's not 100, so I'm fine. Okay, good. Okay, so I build one Marine. Because that's enough to defend a ramp, especially if you've done a good enough wall. Crap. I have too much gas now. Alright. Build fact.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Right about there. Okay. Okay. You go over there, because you're going to build my expand. Go there.
Reporting for duty. Right
And
away,
you go up
sir.
here
Minerals. Not
and
enough
build this
minerals.
so I don't supply block.
Not enough minerals.
And then build another one.
Not enough minerals.
Thank you.
Orders,
So of course
Captain.
they're in the last place I expected.
Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Roger that.
Alright. You stand about there and you'll hold position.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain. Job's finished.
What job's finished?
Yes, sir.
Oh, the supply depot. Okay,
SCV good to go, sir.
good.
I read you.
Okay,
Job's
so build that,
reporting for duty.
go, build that.
Yes, sir. SCV
Not
good to
enough
go, sir.
minerals.
I really don't want to
Not
keep
enough
postponing the
resources
command
are
center
under
though.
attack. Not enough minerals.
Okay.
Not enough minerals.
Come on.
Not enough minerals.
There we go. Good.
Not
Got the
enough
command.
minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
Go. Things are looking okay.
Affirmative.
I don't need this much gas, so we'll
Add-on complete.
pull a dude off. Boop. Build him.
SCV good to go, sir.
Not
And
enough
when I have the
minerals.
minerals, I can start researching siege.
Not enough minerals.
Good.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Okay.
SCV good to go, sir.
Alright, we'll take you
Right away, sir.
up
Not enough
here.
minerals.
Good.
Orders, Captain.
Okay, I'm pretty close to my second tank.
Roger that.
So I think now is a good time to start really producing gas.
Ready to roll out.
Insufficient
Yep.
Vespine gas.
I cut gas a little
Insufficient Vespine
too
gas.
much.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
Oopsies.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
Okay. I think we're doing pretty okay now, though.
Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. SCV good to go, sir.
Ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom.
Right away, sir.
Boom, 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 boom,
Research
boom,
complete.
Job's
doom,
finished.
boom. Okay,
SCV
Another
good
tank.
to go, sir.
up and over.
Reporting for duty.
Okay,
Ready to roll out. Yes, sir.
I think
Insufficient
Orders
Vespine
received.
gas.
I
Insufficient
should
Vespine gas. Insufficient Vespine
build another
gas.
factory
Good to go, sir. Roger that.
at this point. That'd be a good play.
Reporting for duty.
Another supply depot. Okay, we'll have you land. Wow.
SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir.
Build another tank. Awesome.
Ready to roll out. SCV good to go, sir. Affirmative.
Aha!
Identify target.
Siege, please.
Job finished. Good to go, sir. Reporting for duty.
Uh-oh. Oh, no! No, 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 no!
Orders received.
No one was supposed to get through that!
Roger that.
No! Ho, ho.
Orders received.
It's garbage.
SCV good to go, sir. Ready to roll out. I read you.
Oh well.
Forces are under attack.
Why did you stop fighting?
Go, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I know how to fix this.
I read you. Affirmative.
Alright, so you're being farmed, you're being farmed, you're being farmed, you're being farmed. You, that means this one's open, and that one's open. 3 and 5.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
So 3?
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
I swear, I will kill this Protoss. If it's the last thing I do.
Not enough minerals.
There are just so many things that have to go right.
SCV good to go, sir.
Alright.
Not enough minerals.
Alright, so 6, 7, and 8 are still open.
SCV good to go,
'Kay.
sir.
Nope.
Yes, sir.
There.
Right away, sir. Roger that.
Wait, where's the ramp?
Affirmative.
Farther down. Cool. Right there.
SCV good to go, sir.
So,
Not enough minerals.
up to
Not
6.
enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir. I read you.
And when that finishes,
Right away, sir.
run.
SCV good to go, sir.
Alright, you come
Affirmative.
down here.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Meh.
Not enough minerals.
Yay.
SCV good to go, sir.
Okay. Get up to 13 supply, and then I can build a gas.
SCV good to go, sir. Roger that.
And I found him.
Reporting for duty. Affirmative. Right away, sir. Roger that.
And he's gonna rush me. Awesome.
SCV good to go, sir. Affirmative. I read
Actually, that's really stupid.
SCV good to
I
go,
can just
sir.
park right there at his ramp,
Orders, Captain.
because I'll be able to tell when he sends out an army to try to kill me.
Job finished. I read you.
And there,
Yes, sir.
you.
Orders received.
Okay, and I feel like I did something out of order.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Give me something to shoot.
SCV good to go, sir.
Hold position right there. Hopefully that finishes soon.
Job finished.
Oh, I can build a factory. Build a factory. Go.
I read you. Right away, sir. Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Alright.
Reporting for duty.
Things are going okay.
SCV good to go, sir.
Supply depot. Okay, I'll stay at 2 gas until this factory is done,
Affirmative.
and then I'll send the guy building the factory back into the gas, I think.
SCV good to go, sir.
Go.
I read you. Reporting for duty. Job
Not
finished.
enough minerals.
Orders, job finished. Affirmative.
Okay.
SCV
minerals.
Build that.
Yes, sir.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Build that.
Orders, Captain.
We're not going to be adding supply by very much,
SCV good to go, sir.
so I don't think I need to be in a rush to make another supply depot just yet. Good, and I'm going to have 300
Complete.
gas.
Not enough
SCV good
minerals.
to go, sir.
Not enough minerals.
Perfect. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now I should make another depot. Okay, go. Ba-da-dum-bum.
SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty.
Okay. Ba-da-dum-bum-bum. Oh, and I should have built an engineering bay.
SCV good to go, sir.
Right.
Ready to roll out.
Not enough minerals.
Reporting for duty.
I was thinking I was missing something. Like, the timings just weren't working out.
Go, sir.
But what was I doing wrong? And now I know.
Job finished.
Perfect. Okay.
Orders, Captain. Affirmative.
Okay.
SCV good to go.
There.
Research complete.
Good.
Reporting for duty.
Display depot. Wonderful. Another tank. Good.
SCV good to go, sir. Roll out.
Siege up. And siege up. And you can lift off. And act as reconnaissance. Cool.
Your forces are under attack.
And right there, that's when they send out their dudes to come and kill me.
Job finished.
Awesome. Alright.
Reporting for duty. Yes, sir.
And this is when I can build another factory. Perfect. Alright.
I read you.
It's all coming together.
Orders, sir. Ready to roll out. Orders, sir.
So I'm gonna have 3 tanks
SCV
to
good
define
go,
and
sir.
defend my ramp.
Orders, Captain.
I wonder if this is when I build a 3rd factory. Yes,
Not
it
enough
is.
Minerals. Not
SCV
enough
good to go,
minerals.
sir.
Absolutely. Okay.
I
There we
read
go.
you. Ready to roll out. Orders, sir. SCV good to go, sir.
And there they are. Just in time to meet my 4th tank.
Reporting for duty. I read you. SCV good to go, sir.
That.
Reporting for duty.
Ah, crap, they can get through. That's bad. That is bad. That is bad. That is bad. No, no, no. No. No.
Ready to roll out. Yes, sir. Bring it on. I read you. Reporting for duty.
Oh well.
Job finished.
I definitely will be able to actually economically survive this, though. Yes! Okay. That hurt, but I'm gonna be okay.
Identify target.
This guy can unsiege, and then these 2 guys go over here.
I read you.
You come over here, build another one of these. You build some more, and transfer. Okay.
Orders, Captain.
You're building a tank still. Build another one.
Not enough minerals.
Don't talk back to me. Okay, good.
Good to go, sir.
Good.
SCV good to go, sir.
And
Not enough minerals.
Orders, Captain.
cool.
Reporting for duty.
Still build because I need you.
Sir.
Not enough
Build here.
minerals.
And
SCV good to go, sir.
here, you go up there and repair.
Orders, Captain.
You go here.
Destination.
Now you go here. You guys go there.
Good to go, sir.
Hey, here. Here.
SCV good
Here.
to go, sir.
Not enough minerals.
Boom.
Orders received.
Boom. I could use that. That would help. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. Doo-doo-dum. Ba-doo-dum.
SCV
Boom.
good to go, sir.
Boo-doo-dum. Ba-da-dum.
I read you.
Boo-doo-dum. Boo-doo-dum.
Not enough minerals. Not
Okay.
enough minerals.
Okay, there.
Orders, Captain.
There.
Orders, Captain.
Here.
SCV good to go, sir.
Okay, I think this is when I build my upgrade places. So, give me a couple armories. Nice, and that's done. So that's good.
SCV good to go, sir.
To aggressively expand or to not? We're gonna do it.
Orders, Captain.
Okay, build. Eh. You. Come on, minerals.
Not enough minerals.
Reporting for duty.
Go. You.
Orders, Captain.
You.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
You. And you.
Yes, sir.
Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals.
Okay. Boom. Get that.
I read you.
Go.
Something on your mind?
That's a healthy sized army.
Good to go, sir.
So we're gonna send them down.
SCV good to go, sir. Job's finished.
Okay.
SCV good to go, sir. Ready to roll out.
Okay.
I read you.
Build
Not enough minerals.
starport
Not enough minerals.
or spaceport or whatever you want to call it,
Reporting for duty.
and send you guys there.
SCV good to go,
Not
sir.
enough minerals.
Okay.
Orders, Captain.
Take 12 of you.
Right away, sir.
Send you this way.
All right. Bring it on. Destination. Identify target.
All of you siege up right there.
What do you want?
You guys get in front.
SCV good to go, sir. I read you.
Good.
Orders, Captain.
Supply. Vehicle plating.
Good to go, sir. Bring it on.
Okay.
SCV good to go, sir. I read you.
Not enough
Build
minerals.
there.
Build gas there.
I read you.
And there.
SCV
Up.
good to go, sir.
Up.
Reporting for duty.
Build command.
Minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough
SCV good to go,
minerals.
sir.
And okay. Spaceport is good.
I read you.
Build.
SCV good to go, sir.
I don't need a science facility.
Reporting for duty.
At least I don't think I do.
Good to go, sir.
But I do need more supply depots, otherwise I will be very sad. Okay. More.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
Not enough minerals.
Eh.
Right away, sir.
Actually, you guys go there.
I read you.
And you guys go there.
Add-on complete.
Move it.
There. Okay.
Reporting for duty. Yes, sir.
That.
Orders, Captain.
Let's build a turret.
Good to go, sir. Bring it on.
Additional supply depots required.
Job's finished.
Oh, factory.
I read you.
Factory. Because I'm gonna need Goliaths now.
Yes, sir.
Supply.
Reporting for duty.
Supply.
All right. Yes, sir. Bring it on. Orders received. SCV good to go, sir. Job
Okay.
finished.
Here. More tanks. I need anti-air now.
Proceeding. Yes, sir. Right
Uh.
away, sir. I read you. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Job finished.
Alright. Okay, go there.
Job finished.
You're finished. So there, build. Good.
Add-on complete.
You build there. Build.
Orders, Captain.
Supply.
I read you.
Supply.
Job finished.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Reporting for duty.
Build factory. Another Goliath. Another tank. Another tank.
SCV good to go, sir.
Boom, boom.
Job finished.
Boom, boom.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Affirmative.
you guys there.
Reporting for duty. Job
You
finished.
here.
Bring it on.
Built a couple of these guys. 12 of you go here.
Job affirmative.
And one of you's gonna do that. Okay. Yep.
SCV good to go, sir.
Make
Yes, sir.
tanks, people. Goliath
Bring it on.
online.
Ready to roll out. Orders, Captain.
Okay, you guys go there.
Complete.
Orders received. SCV
Cool.
good to go,
Complete.
sir. Reporting for duty.
We have a rip-roaring economy now. Fantastic. I knew it.
Ready to roll out.
I knew it, but I didn't.
Add-on complete.
This whole time I needed a science facility. As smart.
Reporting for duty.
No, build a science facility, which is an I. I put the I back inside.
Job finished. Job finished.
Okay.
Job finished. Reporting for duty.
Spoopy.
Affirmative.
Go.
I read you.
Go. Build that.
All right.
Get that upgrade.
Job finished.
Okay. Good, that place is done.
Ready to roll out.
Alright. Here.
Add-on complete.
Move. Back here. Build the factory. There.
Job finished. Bring it on.
Not at maximum supply yet. I am swimming in money.
Orders, Captain.
More.
Add-on
More.
complete.
More. Okay, I can actually
Bring it on.
get these. Couple more of those. Several more of those.
Destination.
Go, go, go.
Sir.
Science vessel would be nice
Research
because
complete.
they can see invisible units. So it was actually quite stupid that I didn't build it.
Reporting for duty. Ready to roll out.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Ready to roll out.
Hey, a fight started. Nice. Perfect. Alright, everyone. Go kill.
Your forces are under attack.
Go over there. Give me gas.
Your forces are under attack.
Go. Ba-dum, ba-dum. And send some of those guys over there.
Your forces are under attack.
A couple of you guys go there. For tanks.
Your forces are under
More
attack.
science missiles. A couple more Goliaths. Definitely more tanks. When in doubt, tank out. Eh. That's what I'm shooting for. I'm shooting for 5-hour streams on average.
Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Add-on complete.
Tanks.
Your forces are under attack.
So their expand is essentially dead. Come on, up here, come on. Go, go, go. Come on.
Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack.
Ba-da-dum-bum. Ba-da-dum-bum-bum. Alright. I feel pretty confident in saying that the game is over. And I have won. Siege. You chill out there. There. Up.
Complete.
You go there.
Complete.
More. 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 More.
Your forces are under attack.
Build. Okay. Drop down. Some of these guys can't go over there. Oops. No. Give there.
Your forces are under attack.
Perfect. And go. Follow. Go. Go. Upgrades are done. You're supposed to siege up your tanks because they do a lot more damage that way, but I'm really bad at micromanaging. So I just try to make a lot of stuff and then throw them at the enemy. And just bury them Alright. 25 minutes is okay. When I'm really on my game, it's usually 20 minutes that I kill Protoss. Okay, now what time is it? Wow, 9:20. Holy moly, 5.5 hours. Okay. Well, I had fun. And holy moly, we only need 3 more followers. And then I'll officially have 50 real people in our secret organization. And then I just need to bump up average viewing to, like, 3 per, I guess, hour or something. I don't know. Which, well, we can do. I just need to be more interesting. I think as a mod, you have the power to ban. I think. So I'll have to, like, send you a message on, like, which accounts are safe and which ones are not. Our first real follow after we got follow botted. Rated. 2 months ago, a month ago, 24 days ago, 11 days. I'm gonna have to like message you on Discord and let you know who still needs to get banned. Because whenever I'm done streaming, I'm tired, and I don't want to sit and go through the ban list. But you do not have to do that. Like, that is not your responsibility. That's still my responsibility. So, I mean, if you feel so inclined, I'll let you know which accounts are fake. But you do not have to do this. I do not expect it of you. You're awesome either way. Okay. Tomorrow's Friday. I'm gonna go ahead and take that off. I don't know why I'm saying I'm going to go ahead and do that, because it's scheduled. I'll be back on Saturday. Keep putting in game suggestions. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna go have dinner. Good night.